He's a phenomenal control player.
I am glad my Twitch ban didn't break my streak.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Weekend boys hi.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hi. We don't have a big monster to take. Nonetheless, I could take Snack Attack and Preordain and play Bowmasters on the next turn. I could also take Snack Attack and Omniscience. I could also take Preordain and Lorien Revealed. No. I think Snack Attack and Preordain makes the most sense. Will I play the Mock Showcase Open? No, I'll play Constructed Challenges today and the Arena event with Counts of Tarkir sealed instead. This is good to draw. They draw Sneak Attack. I was supposed to fetch red, but I misclicked. Shit. Might actually matter. Oh well. I guess if I draw looting, I won't discard my Archon of Cruelty at least. Well. Yeah, okay. Hopefully I don't get too punished by that. I think I just keep the Archon in hand. I don't like, do I cast the looting? I think it's just worse for me if they end up having like their hand is Lorien Revealed and Omniscience. So that means that
Hi.
they will just die if they put Omniscience into play. If I wait. So, like, I think I still don't cast it, because I might cast it and just keep it in my hand. Might get punished by snack attack into Emrakul if they have assembled that. Doesn't seem to be the case. Probably should loot first, because if I draw a Bowmaster, it's still lethal. Right, whatever. Literally doesn't matter. Petal Canister wins, how curious. One cage, one surgical. So this is a matchup where I don't want to cut my reanimation for sure.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Especially since it's good
Can he
against show and
puppies?
tell. Hmm. It's like Bowmasters is not giga great. Maybe Voidwalker could be better. They have 8 cantrips. But the pinging doesn't matter. Thank you, Tristan, for the sub. And Voidwalker into discard Emrakul is a combo. I think Wasteland is a little bit of a combo. I think Shouldered is not it. It's possible I reduce Exhume. They end up discarding Atraxa. Exhume is bad. But they don't discard Atraxa. Unless I make them discard Atraxa. Let's stream a Dark Ritual and a looting. Have a few more monsters. I'm probably gonna trim show and tell. Although, like, I've had a person just jump show and tell against me. This I'll keep. Ritual into Voidwalker, into Grief, into Potential under Grief if I want to, or Entomb. Can get Veld. Oh, yeah. Why could Exhume over Animate Dead? Because I explained my reasoning when I was clicking on that card, but it might be a faulty reasoning. But if they play big monsters themselves, then it's a bit rough. Maybe. If I end up casting a discard spell and putting an attraction in their graveyard, I could be punished for that. What a hand. Kinda want to take Lorien revealed. To cast it with Voidwalker, but it's probably better to take a Petal, more unique of an effect. And I guess I'll entomb to Tomb Grizzlebrand. Yeah, they cycled anyways. Interesting options here. Could just lead by drawing 3. Can draw a reanimation, that's really... yeah, let's do it. Seems just good. Then I can... if I draw a land, it's really good. If I draw a reanimation, it's good. It's pretty hard for me to miss. Brainstorm in response, okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Oh shit. Florian, Nguyen, thank you very much for the sub once again.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Giga based.
He's a phenomenal control player.
On your end right here.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I have Entomb,
He's
so
a
it's okay.
phenomenal control player.
I'll just get an Archon.
He's a phenomenal control
Or
player.
Ataxa. Probably both are winning here.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Okay, so we take
He's
Force
a
of Will.
phenomenal control player.
Or is it better to take Lorien Revealed?
He's a phenomenal control player.
Probably Lorien. Probably doesn't matter. I guess I get Archon and then they discard what? They could like Veil the Archon trigger next turn, but I'll just attack first. So I think Lorien is more likely to do anything for them. Because I think it's Archon. Or is it Atraxa? Atraxa can draw a land and play Doppy Voidwalker. But I guess Archon is just more disruptive. Discarding their cards. I don't think they're gonna have removal and it kills slightly faster. Okay, show and tell me now, brother. Discarded Force of Will anyway, so yeah, they have Veil. So they had Veil and Unknown. So I first attack to... they probably Veil to counter the trigger. They don't draw, they go to 1 card, they take 6, next turn they die. I have no play, but next turn I'm safe from show and tell. They can sneak attack. The sneak attack deck somehow looks even worse than mine. They need just so much mana, like needing to play City of Traitors alongside and Lotus Petal alongside Brainstorm, Lorien Revealed, I don't know, just kinda ugly. I guess like Lorien Revealed and City of Traitors is the biggest stinker, I think. And then your combo is like a 3-card combo. Show and tell Omniscience and then need to win from that. Or you just sneak in Atrax or Emrakul and hope that's good enough. Which it mostly is, but also I guess you can sneak attack an Emrakul and then get sold to that out of initiative, for example. So this deck seems really bad to me. Show tell. What vintage deck? I queued with Dredge so far, but with Bloodgas, so it's new. Bloodgas and Wastelands. For modern, I queued with, well, you guessed it, Living End. Haha, I was kidding, actually, with Amulet. Where Poxwalker. It's not on model. I would play. Well, probably I would play it. I don't know if I would play it in this deck, but I'll try it at least. But it's not on model. I mean, I guess you like. It's probably better than Bloodgast. Well, actually, Poxwalker is when you cast something from right outside of your hand. Or specifically from exile. I don't know. Let's read it. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere else than your hand, return Cox walks from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Which deck are they from? Chaos? Anyone knows about the lore? Which commander do they fall under? Necron. Crazy. Bro's commander deck list just looks so goofy. Passion Protector, commander creatures control with +2/+2 and half indestructible, who can now hold the forts when the King of the Nine Rider comes. Asks Frodo in the Inquisitor Greyfax deck. Poxwalkers are not in the Necron deck, chat. You could tell because they aren't an artifact creature. Canoptech Spider. Bro, that's not how you spell spider. Creature Ktan. Ktan. Probably should reanimate those Ktans. Let's read them. I shouldn't reanimate those Ktans. Well, Shard of the Nightbringer is pretty solid. Especially if opponent has less than half of their life, then they just immediately die. Can you watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! GX today? You're a free person, so I can do what you want. At any point of your day. But I will not be watching it. On this stream. Seemed like it also helped to relax and focus on next rounds. Can you watch some DreamHack coverage? We could, but I'll just open up the Talos Principle game once again and continue playing it because I've gotten kinda into it. The secret during the showcase was that I just wasn't actually watching the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX thing. I just left the room for the most part. So I don't even know what happened in it. Dog of War. Great deal. Can you play a funky version of Bloodgas in Vintage? Is it on model? Could play this Bloodgast. But I don't like the Conquistador one. And this is ugly too, so I'll go with the traditional ones, also because I have them on my account, that being the biggest tiebreaker. You're asking the girl you like to go out, can you help me? Can you set a Twitch chat? I actually can't, so it's something that you have to do on your own. More sigils. Wooden planks. What's the best gachi song? It's Ass Club Bro. Or Minky Mouse Barch. Probably the second one, probably the latter. Yeah, Boki Mouse March, that's what I meant. This is the tower that The god voice told me not to climb, so I will not climb it, in fact. Oh shit, I did.
Cannot detect location of primary subject. Query. Query. Query.
Okay.
Is there anything that we associate more closely with intelligence than curiosity? Every intelligent species on Earth is attracted by the unknown. Our mythologies are full of riddles and mysteries and divine knowledge. Even the word apocalypse means revelation. It seems like our ancestors always imagined that even at the very end, we would solve one last mystery.
Mm-hmm. Well put. Can I jump? Okay. I wonder if I can go down the shaft. Probably not. Shaft, yeah, I thought the same. Computer. Okay. Blue hole. Connector. Another connector. Hole. Take connector. How do I interrupt the ball from walking around? Just like almost gets there, so I can't enter the ballroom. This is way too contrived to go that way. Oh, I don't think it works that way at all in this game. But like, I seem to have two for a reason. Two connectors. Will it charge all the way now? No, because the ball is still... in the way. Can I get higher somewhere? Somehow? Can I put one on top of the other? I can't. Can I connect two? Will it charge faster then? No, because I end up crossing the streams. Well, I can do it like this. Does that work? Does it speed it up? Does it speed up? I don't think so. It's not sped up. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. Yeah, now it's like at least one beam is connected at any point because the ball only stops one of the beams. Okay. Pros and my reward is reading. Open truth HTML, do not believe what they are saying. Human reproduction. That's my reward. Awesome. Yo, shit, I'm getting anxious looking down and falling like that, even though it's a video game. Only 4 more years until VIP badge. Yeah. Work your way towards that goal, King. Is there fall damage IRL? Yes. One, two, did I do 3? No. You must have great legs. If I go to up the PC, you can see that my hands are actually robot hands. Bro, the puzzles are so cool, but I don't know who thought to put fucking lore in this game. Just I have no desire whatsoever to read any of that PC letters stuff. I just want to click on things and get through fences. What's the name of this? Sunshot. I assume I'll shot a box. A second one. And go through the ladder. Shoot both again. How do I get... I guess I shoot myself then. Got it. Do I think the arm wrestling championship will still be a thing when every one of us will be replaced with a robot? Maybe in some way. It's not really a big thing nowadays either. Do I think ChatGPT will ever get complex enough to prove Blue-Eyed Lotus is tier 0? No, but other AI will. This is Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, go where? I think we read some, we tried to make ChatGPT build some decks someday or something like that. Pretty funny results too. Can I crouch? Secondary fire? None? I think you don't crouch in this game. That's the purpose of that. Okay, so I have 2 fans. In the future, do I think ChatGPT will be capable of taking you to a gay bar? Sure. I don't know, Chad, what's up with those questions? How can I answer in good faith? Nie wiem, o co ci chodzi, Olsen. Oh, I said I have 2 fans. I see. I have 3 fans. Now. So I want to block this to detach that other fan too. Because the block is here, okay. So I want to block the blue beam. So how do I block the blue beam? I have 2 boxes and 3 fans. Can place a fan here, a fan here. Here. Can I block the fan with a box? Does that work like that? Not quite. Can I make little stairs? Is that another room? I think there's a second puzzle room. I can see it from over here. That's interesting. No way to go under the U light from the slide. No way to go under the U light from the side. I don't understand what you're saying, but I assume no. So we have to turn off this beam to get this piece. Because the beam is gonna turn off the... fun. Can make a fan that propels a box this way. And then this way. What happens if I do that? Where's the box? The box is gone. Oh, it's here. Wow. Those boxes are like... They look sturdy, but they weigh nothing. Soft locked. I know there's a reset function, so it's not really possible to soft lock. Wow, this MTGO update is crazy. Thank you. Great joke. I could put a propeller here and here to proper myself if I'm only able to turn it off for a short period of time. So maybe that could be a part of the solution. It would make sense. Yeah, I am supposed to block it. No. I'm too slow to block it. Something glitched in the wall. Alright, round 2, we're gonna see later. I guess I'll keep. I'm gonna get a troll and grief on turn 1, seems good enough. Assuming I draw black cards, otherwise it's on turn 2 if I draw a land. Sześć, 7 mana. Can cast 2 rituals. Keep Exhume in my hand. Do I want a hint for the puzzle? Not yet. Put 2 boxes next to the fun so you can go on top and stop the laser. Well, can we go on top? So it's probably ritual. It's not better to hardcast Grief than to pitch it to a ritual though, it's just worse. Pitch ritual. Grief. Reanimate Grief. Cycle Troll, Exhume Troll, yeah. Discard 2 cards, have 9 power. Oh wow. I love to see that. Does mean they have like something funny? Let's lead with an axiom. I guess I'll lose more life, but in case of main deck endurance is better. Yeah, I mean it's only 2-turn clock. It's 18 damage. But it should be pretty good. They also like only have one land. Their ponder shuffled. It's like they need, you know. I think I'm in a pretty good spot and they like have cards in random colors in their hand. What is this deck building? Like Tundra, Up the Beanstalk, Orcish Bowmasters. Those 4-color decks look terrible to me. I don't fully understand them. They chose not to shuffle, so they found Plow. Imagine Miracle Terminus. No przejebane będzie jak Miracle Terminus, no ale chuj. Let's see that. Oh, see, no draw step stop. They kept a card on top, but they didn't make a land or blast turn. How come? Ooh, winning list. Yeah, that's my reaction too. Ooh. A Bowmaster? Seems like it. Or just add fucking black mana to your mana pool. What's your problem? Reanimation gives me grief, or Bowmasters. Land gives me grief. Many good draws. And they also die to the troll. A little bit of trolling. They have all Bowmasters, so they have a creature that comes back from Exhume. I don't want to. Oh, I don't want that to happen. Deafening silence, okay. Basic planes too. Well cast. But I have black mana. Let's draw 14. Now we can go.
He's a phenomenal
Probably should
control
draw 7
player.
because I mean, I guess I can play any more spells.
He's a
doesn't
phenomenal
matter.
control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you for tier 10 tier 1 subs.
He's a phenomenal control
This is actually
player.
incredible, and this is the second time today actually because Florian Nguyen
He's a
just gave out
phenomenal
10 subs
control player.
a while ago, which I kind of failed to even properly.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a
Should have
phenomenal control
Pre-combat
player.
killed it.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Yeah.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Barker Blebbleble Barker.
Alright, whatever. Guess it's fine now. Jak to mawiają Polacy, zagram Sheoldreda. Z końcem flaszuje awacyna. It does make me think sometimes that like that's like such a common default way to refer to cards and use language. Well, I guess if you like look at Sheoldred, she has a metal brass, obviously a woman, but she's also like a huge worm, so I guess you might not realize that, but like Awasyn. Zagram Awacyna z końcem. It's interesting. Dobra, let's go back to Talosing. A mnie wyjebało. Okej. Vareniusis. Can I take this somehow? Can I reach the connector? That sounds like it would be too simple. Can I increase force of vigor in this game? This looks uncomfortable, TBH. What do you mean? Force of view. Jeszcze kurwa wiedział co to znaczy, to bym może mógł. Force of view or field of view? Ah! The jumping looks so funny. Hop. No, I like the POV. First person. Over left shoulder. Let's go first person. Is it better? It moves way slower now and I get annoyed. Is it better now? Can you play like this? Anyone vomiting in the chat in the back? This feels like a weird lens now. Okay, so the puzzle. There is another box here. Not sure if this works. No,
If
because
this
I lose all
trial seems
the momentum.
impossible to overcome, have no fear. Return another time, and the answer may reveal itself. Maybe I can bop a box.
with my head. No nie wytrzymał, Austin musi podpowiedzieć na czasie, nie? No bo się zmęczysz, chłopie. Oh, so it's slow to load, I see. Yeah, that's gonna work then. It's really slow to load again. So you just have to stop it for a brief moment. There you go, pow pow. Ah shit, I was too slow. Zręczność gier. Oof. Got there. This feels kinda cheesy. I don't know if I like this one. I guess like one weird thing that you don't know, like every single one of those halls loads needs a different time to load fully, and you don't know the time unless you like see it loading. So in most puzzles you need to block the beam forever. But this time you just needed to block it for a tiny moment. So not the biggest fan of that solution, honestly. Blue beam, blue hole. Gwiazdeczka. Probably supposed to fly over from the other side of the screen, because we've seen this puzzle from the previous stage. So this will launch the box, and I'll have the box, and I can put the box and just connect the laser. But how do I first connect the laser to the blue hole? Since the laser is pretty up high, it would be nice to use the height advantage. There is a red laser here too. Interesting. So I guess I'm supposed to connect a red laser here for the star instead. Oh yeah, I see. We're gonna just do this and this, and I can just stand here. I forgot I can use myself as a piece. KXD. It was actually trivial. And now I have acquired the YouTube play button. Anything else to do here? So I have to connect the red laser for the star here if I want to get the star. And how do I get the red laser from here? I guess from the other room indeed. But how? So there is red laser. Okay, I have an idea. The star is like a special collectible that is harder to get than the normal Tetris pieces that you are collecting. That doesn't work. Can you just put the box close to the star wall and jump over it? No, no. I mean... No. Like, assuming this here is for a reason. The red piece. So this I could connect to to this. Not tall enough. The fence blocks it. Okay, I know what to do now. I'm gonna position it this way. Look for the red source. This, sit there. Co kurwa nie chwyta, no? Co blokuje ten laser pierdolony? No tam się o ściankę rozbija, ja pierdzielę. It's hitting the wall, right here you can see it. Tiny bit misaligned. So I'm gonna go further, closer. I need to do it on this side of the wall. I can't do it on the other side of the wall. 'Cause I can't... If I did it on top of the button, the fence, the top of the fence was blocking it. So my plan is to do it here and then unlock the gate so the laser can shoot here through the gate. I'm not sure if there is some issue with my plan conceptually or if I'm just misaligning. But let's try it far back here. Now it's going over the fence, so just move the box here. Here. We're gonna place the box here. I can't see shit. Drop. No, I want to click. Guess on the box it's easier. Yes, and now the gate blocks. So we can open the gate. And we did the thing. We're getting the star. Poke jump, chat. Poke jump. I want to see poke jumps in the chat. Thank you. Here we're gonna take an L. They banned PogChamp. It was like years ago at this point. I thought we already passed greeting. A mnie wyjebało. Let's go again, woohoo. Shoop. A messenger must be awakened first. Okay. Let's have double box. Can also remove it. If I put two boxes on top, will it make it one of them drop into the middle of the map? Doesn't quite seem like it. But it made one of the... It made it load for a moment. Okay, so... I mean, it seemed like I probably just need one box, but maybe I need both to do that. No i co mam zrobić? Grab it, throw yourself and drop it mid-flight. That is also an option. Okay, so we can throw the boxes in there. Smart. But now what? I think I know. Or do I? Hop. Kurwa, zablokuj to, ja pierdolę, no. Klocku. We want to block the beam. Turns out it is not trivial. Why am I not blocking the beam? I do have two boxes too. Which means that maybe I need three. I mean, we did block it for a moment while flying. So how did that happen? But not with my body, but with the boxes. Block where the ladder is. I can't go on top of it. I can only jump over. There's no way to actually stay on top. Shit, bros. I don't know what to do. I need to think. I have not thought of anything. Put both between small ladders. How about put the boxes close to the air shaft and jump over the fence? I don't think I can jump on a double box like that. It's too tall. Let's restart the level because when the boxes were outside, I was able to stop it somehow. Stop the laser. Not this time. So I don't know if it's even the intended solution to do that then. Maybe. I have an idea. I don't have much accuracy when
He's a
throwing the
phenomenal
box.
control player.
Shit, I forgot to cancel. Poor face.
Nie kanceluj, no. Fajnie będzie. Stack the two boxes in between the ramp and then jump on top to stop the laser. That's a good idea. Namuhe, namuhe. I don't know if it's gonna work. It is. It does work. Oh, my head. Great idea. But for some reason I was trying to like do it mid-air, but it's trying to do like the same thing, but then my character wasn't blocking the laser when I was just jumping. But I guess you need to just stand for a little bit longer just to block it. That seems like, yeah, just had to stick to it. Cool game, how did you find about it? No przecież Przemek polecił na grupce. Myślałem, że czytasz wszystkie wiadomości. Siup. Any other things here? Beep, 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 beep. Talos Principle. Names are a funny thing, yeah, that's so funny. Have you made an Amulet Titan Cyborg guide? Actually, I did, yeah. It's in my Discord for my subscribers. Also wrote a FAQ, which I just posted here. If you want to open it, you don't even have to sub, but it would be appreciated, I guess, if you would. If you think that helps you. Answers most of the questions I commonly get on stream about the deck, so I think we did everything in this world. Let's go to number 4.
You may wonder why I have created these labyrinths for you.
Actually, I'll just link the cyborg guides. Talos 1. I will do Talos 2 after I get through Talos 1. Right. I linked the cyborg guide in the FHQ too. Oh, Mr. Streamer, not even wondering why the labyrinths were crested from the tisk tisk. Mm-hmm. How many people in the mocks open? 219. That is smaller than I thought. Oh, I mean, I guess it's still like when 1 hour 30, so it's gonna be like 500 people. I guess. Nie grasz tego Moxa? No, because it's unlimited. And what are the odds of me winning a limited tournament? I think 0%. So instead I play a constructed witch. It is better odds.
You can reach eternity only through struggle.
And I don't know
But
LCI
have
cards
faith,
at all, so...
for these trials serve the betterment of your...
I'll play the Arena Open instead today. Man, you know what really freaks me out? What? The human body decomposes quite quickly, so all the information stored in chemicals in our brains will be gone really quickly. Dude. But computers and books last a long time, so all our messages, our ideas, our books, it's all be out there. Our porn, even being transmitted through space. Yeah, our porn too, I guess, but we'll all be gone, but the works of Aristotle will still exist. So will Star Trek 4, Refli, Babylon 5, Lotr, Blade Runner, Cyber, Kant or Planetron 6, Shakespeare, Byron, hell, even video games, Censored Overdrive 3, Seattle Censored, Dutch Censored Cascade, The Censored of Censored Mountain, WTF dude, yeah, imagine if aliens find those. Yeah. I'll put Lords of the Locker Room. Didn't mention Lords of the Locker Room. Imagine if aliens find Ragavans. Yeah, imagine if aliens only... Imagine if aliens only get one item from human kind and they have to make sense of it, and that item is Panglacial Worm. Arena Open is... No, I don't have that. So I can't finish this. I think I can unlock it, right? This is Talos 1. Uno. Today's Arena Open is Khans of Tarkiros Sealed. Co jest, kurwa, nie pasuje? Do they make Arena Opens with day 1 draft? I didn't think they do. What's this? We'll see. Records. Play.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I don't like this. And anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mark Sois. You could probably scam more by having people repeatedly opening sealed pools to try to get a good one. Yeah. Well, do you scam? I guess you could call it scamming. Many gifted subs today. Actually crazy. Thank you very much, chatters, today. 21 even. Co jest tak zimno? I don't think I'm supposed to mold this. Did I see this? Giga damage. Okay. Don't force and tomb. Thanks. Thoughts on playing around days? Child, I'm asking you, do I play in the days? Let's say not. This way, discard spell is a live draw. Kurwa, czemu nie trzyma ten łap od mikrofonu? To jest jakieś zjebane. Out jam. Okay. They have only 4 cards. Under Force is pretty devastating for them. Drawing a Grief is good now. Drawing a 2-mana reanimation is still good. They are scam, they could reanimate your Grizzlebrand. They're not. Nobody plays that deck. Although that would make sense with them keeping Grizzlebrand in my graveyard. Letting Grizzlebrand be in my graveyard. I guess if they have 2 mana, they can play Bowmasters and then I can draw a Grizzlebrand, which is much worse. Boss pitching days. They have 2 cards. I'll lose if they draw 2. Half days now, I'll loot in response. Okay. Ponder Vapor Snag, okay. Ucia. Kampania Mox Open, no bo nie znam żadnej karty z tego Limited, no. Ani jednej. To co, będę marnować czas, tikety. I joy z życia, nagranie Limited. Wbijasz się, bucia. So you're playing hard mode this challenge, yeah. No myślę, że jak będę robił 3Q, to nie wystręczę. Po prostu nie pasowuje. Dzisiejszy plan. Limited. Na zdrowie. I think I just skip Ataxa. To like drawing those monsters is not good, and I don't really need to have 3 to choose from. Do I like K-pop? Yes. I prefer to register 75 planes than Titan. Cringe, bro, cringe. Scam hand into removal Voidwalker. Don't mind if I do. I will happily pay 10 life with my hand. It's not that good versus the other. 4 life seems like a lot. Let's find out. Not the biggest fan of it. Necessarily, but yeah, I only have one. Or I draw 2 wastelands, so I can ignore those. I mean, hand seems weak to double Voidwalker, so. I mean, their hand seems just weak because I guess they have no cards in it right now, but. If I draw a useless black card, I can pitch it to Grief and Tomb Reanimation. to take days. Resolve Voidwalker number 1, then number 2, kill their threat. But yeah, I have... so I added removal after yesterday. I realized, I want some removal because otherwise, like, it's kinda... the plan doesn't work against Delver with DRC. So I added a Fatal Push, a Snuff Out, and a Murderous Cut. Fatal Push is probably the best against Delver. Though having one thing that kills Merktide 2 might be useful. And as an extra, Murderous Cut and Snuff Out let me have spells to board against Initiative, which is a chalice deck with creatures. I was trying to think up of what that deck was called really hard, but yeah. Initiative or like goblins, chalice decks, where I might want to use my removal too. So I don't know what else. Dismember, but like Dismember seems worse than Snuff Out. Is there no way for Bowmaster main? There might be. Bowmasters is better post-board than it is pre-board though. And reanimations are better, like I don't know what to... how to make space for it. I could swap it with a troll. 2-0 in Legacy. 2-0 up a game in Legacy. Probably don't play Stifle, but I guess they didn't. That plays around days. Grief also can be cast with a ritual. Hymn. I did not really think about Hymn. That sounds interesting though. I don't think it's possible to fit it. Because it doesn't deal damage, so it doesn't actually win the game, so it kind of sucks in that sense, but maybe it was better to ritual out a Grief, but if I draw a Shoulder, I will want to keep ritual. And they're gonna crack Bauble, so they might have cards in hand. So they only have one land. Wasteland is not really a land. It's kind of a dead card for them. I love the other points. Grafdigger's Cage. Same. It's also funny that it actually popped up once I clicked on it. 4 mana. Murktide Regentos. Alright. Bros, this snuff out is gonna... Yeah, it's just gonna... Wow. Nice deck, idiot. Is Murktide nice in this meta? I'm new at Legacy. Delver is the best deck. Has been, forever will be. But yeah, only Reanimator is nice. That's just well put. Just look how trounced my opponent became this game. Ignore the Wastelands, ignore the Gravitygress Cage. Cast 3 Voidwalkers, they forced of will one of them. Snuffed out the Murktide. They just stood no chance against Black Midrange. How many rounds in this? 66 players, 7 rounds, barely. Let's join the arena. Open. But I'll grab a tea first.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Life.
He's a phenomenal control player.
An anonymous gifter once again. How long I've been gone for? Feel like a while, like a few minutes. Like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 minutes maybe. And it was still loading the initial scene. Chart of the Sky, thank you for the sub. Wait, are we streaming? Test, test, test. Seems like it. Stream dead? No, stream is alive. Just refresh. Weird. I don't know what happened. Thoughts on buying half-naked Sarkhan avatar to impress my opponents. I'll never fall for micro monetization. It's not even for sale. It's crazy that the things in featured are not no longer in non-featured. Companion of the month, December only. Forest Cab. Okay. Arena open. So day one, best of one. Time to waste 5k gems. For different colors. Lands. We're missing red on our land, so we would not want to play red at all. Two Abzan charms, I'm playing Abzan. With Keru Lichlord and Amarant Corpse. Fortunately, those guys are red. Kindred Invocation is nice. With Parapets. I have two Abzan banners too, so you just have to play Abzan. Let's look at red cards. Arrow Storm. Okay, I just skip red cards, I guess. Tubat Zurgo, Helm Smasher, and Ponybug Brigade. Kill Shot. Wow, shit, white cards. Blue cards. Stroke playable. Strong, strong, strong. Hexproof prowess, 2 toughness, not really. Bounce 2 monsters with blue blue, not really. Morph. Not really. Embodiment of Spring fixes for red if I really want to. It's a 3 toughness creature for Kindred Invocation. Yeah, Inoc is fine. Dead Drop, Throttle, Mastodon for Invocation. 4 mana 4/5 is really big. Injury is fine. This is whatever. Beautiful Return is okay, a bit awkward with 2 Delve cards. Maybe I will not play the dig, but I probably will. Green cards. Mandrillos, but I already have too much Delve, 4 power, Savage Punch. Grizzly is really weak into morphs. Scout the Borders fuels Delve, but it's kinda weak besides that. I'll probably play Mandrills anyways. Punch. Do I have things to punch with? Corpse can punch, Keru, Lich Lord, Mandrills can punch on offense. Yeah, I think I can punch. Alright, let's play Einok Bondkin. Let's look at blue. Maybe it's just straight up Abzan without blue. Keru, Lich Lord is whatever, Dig is blue. Tasgar Captain is good, yeah. Yeah, Keru, Lich Lord is pretty weak. Let's see, maybe Abzan splash for the morphs, this specifically. I guess I play the blue lens then. I play a fetch for forest, for the elf probably. It's 35 cards. Can play Salt Road Patrol, Feet. I have some creatures that are worth protecting, so yeah, some big creatures, so can even play 2 feats if I want to. Can play Abzan Banner. Can play a Dutiful Return with 2 Delve cards, but one of them is just Delve 6. Can play more morphs, but probably would rather play the big one. Or the Harrier even. I think my curve is not really high enough for a banner. Maybe I do play the bear with Savage Punch and Feet. To get some damage in. Roar of Challenge. I think that's too wonky. I don't have enough creatures. Yeah. Have food heals. Any red morph worth playing cards? I mean, I could play Mountain and play Ponyback Brigade. I don't think it actually makes my deck better. Probably add the Flyer, Harrier, or Behemoth in the last slot. Too bad there is no Abzan, guys. I mean, probably I'm gonna add a Flyer. Just every bit that can add more damage seems useful. Can put an unoffensive counter on it and deal damage like I have. The Patrol, the Mastodon, 2 parapets to block on the ground. So I think having air interaction is premium. I have Anafenza Mystic and Corpse do. Dutiful Return, but I think with the two Delve cards I don't want to Dutiful Return. 4 mana 3/3 first strike, not really. Defend the life gain, not really. 1/4 lifelink blocker, not really. Shitty flyer. Not really, I don't think so. I guess I'll just like play in the Abzan way. The intended Abzan way, I'll just block with Parapets and Mastodons, and I'll grow my Salt Road Patrol to 10 power and start attacking with it once that's trample and first strike.
He's a phenomenal control player.
A.
This guy is big, can get some damage attacking. I have the Outlast creatures, I have the Parapets to deal damage. I have like good blockers, I have Kintry Invocation with Feet protecting. I think Feet seems like a better version of what Dutiful Return is trying to do in this deck. So the two Delve cards too. So I have 5, 6, 7, 8 green. 3, 6, 7, 7 white. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 black. 17 lands. Let's play 17. I don't think I want to play 18. Play against I Principe. Last index 6 days ago, Dimmer Scam. Should we force check? Probably. Let's force check. How good is Reanimator in Legacy? It's pretty good for me. Like, fine. Yeah, sometimes you just got to force check. How good is Reanimator in Legacy? Pretty good, yeah, pretty good. Just looking at this game, right? Pretty darn good. I mean, allegedly it's like not super great. Like in general, he always plays Dimir Scam, so let's just cyborg for Dimir Scam. Just gonna cyborg the normal way. I guess I'll cut Grizzlebrands, it's a like Bowmaster's deck. Yeah, Voidwalker is like the Voidwalker plan's quite effective. Does it feel more natural for me to count in Polish? Yes. I think it's pretty common for people to like naturally count in their mother tongue. No nie, jest jakiś Civ deck. So it's something different. 5 mana Murderous card, let's go. Trini, let's go. Smothered Prison. Czy gra Helm Combo? No w chuj gra Helm Combo, nie? Giga Helm Combo Max. Dobrze, że tam się wypowiadasz. I am afraid that Shoulder is not gonna get my opponent because it might not. Or maybe it will. If I draw a land. Srend, kurwa. Dobra, wygrałeś. Is it worth playing push into Chalice for the elf? No. Because there was a Chalice of the Void on the battlefield, which... Not Chalice, but Leyline. Want to cut a 1-drop. It's got reanimates. Because you have to save your seal deck twice. What happened in Legacy? Well, I'm still playing. Those 5 color decks in Legacy are so terrible, I agree. Sen doesn't do anything through no hate, except for Voidwalker. I think I can do better. Okay. I'll put Bug and Tomb to have freelance versus Trini Sphere. Maybe I put Buggy Land. It's like a guessing game. He has no Leyline on 7. I don't ping on Discord. Whenever I switch the client, I ping on Discord whenever my stream breaks and unbreaks. Something that's been not working properly. My thoughts on Lotus combo. Strong combo. There is a Janscape should Lotus combo in the NARC with Spelunking. I've seen it before. I've seen everything. Bro, exile something, play your stupid chalice. The tokens are goaded for the rest of the game. Sure. Bro, fucking e principe. Make your move. Dead gone exiled. Moon, Trinisphere, okay. I want to draw Dredge. Imagine if he pitches Fury here. Then I would understand why that card is banned in the modern format. Interesting game. Who's winning the race? Math is hard. I think it might not be me. Honestly, don't know. Voidogre cannot cast free cards, so actually it is not me. Okay, so I guess it's my point who's winning the race. Alright, I lose to Rumble Master. I think if we drew a Red this game, we would have been
He's a
in a good enough
phenomenal
spot, but
control player.
Does 18 months of subbing make me immature, chatter?
all lucky discard spell, turn 1. But unfortunately just missing any good plays, and but I guess if I kept Entomb over a Voidwalker, then that would also probably let me win the game because I would reanimate Grizzlebrand. So I think it was, I don't know, probably I was supposed to keep 2 2-drops and a Entomb. Don't open a news. Don't open on stream video. Caught filming gay sex tape in Senate hearing room graphic. Pretty graphic indeed. So yeah, I probably should have kept Entomb in my opening hand, actually. Duke Volpe, thank you very much for the sub.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Pog.
Because I didn't have a 1-drop, I was on the play, so even if they have leyline, like, hedging against leyline in Trinisphere, you know, again, it's like, of course I would feel different if my opponents would open with a leyline, but, well, of course, opponent with perfect mana, Frontier Bivak, or a Luxac, well, I will struggle to cast my Anafenza. But if I won't struggle, I'm just gonna kill my opponent with this curve. I take that back. Anafenza into Abzan Charm, whatever. This is gonna get first strike from Anafenza, that's crazy. We did not win game 3, no. Do you think opponent is Godzilla from which movie? Shin Godzilla. I'm not falling for your tricks. Fallen for a trick. Good attack. But how are you gonna feel about Salt Road Patrol? Huh? So salty about this one. That's actually very funny. Debilitating injury. Okay, so actually didn't fall for a trick too much, only a little bit. It's best of one. Bambolayla. Bambolaylo. Bambolayla. Let's go, opponent. Throttle my Anafenza while you can. Instead, they'll play puny face down card. How cringe that is. Could exile the Bondkin. I can also do that later. Like, it seems like gaining the mana unlikely to matter. I'll use throttle on a double block. Okay. Bambolila. Absent guide. Okay. Seems like a good target to throttle. Bambolila. So let's my offensive attack. Could injury this. Absent charm, absent guide. You can double block an offensive. Trade 2 creatures for an offensive, take 6. Still have throttle in my hand. Could attack for 5, keep an offensive. Charm is monocolored, that's absent charm. You're thinking of Sultai charm. By clear their board, Dune Blast is not even that good. I guess they get the choice not to clear the board. Right, Dune Blast is gonna be good for them probably. Could also spread more counters, but I think trade like just clearing their board, having a 4-7, a 2-6, they go to 5. Well, I have throttle is gonna be better. Do it now so they can't protect with. Okay, also like they didn't know this is gonna die, so it's actually good versus Dune Blast still. So Dune Blast doesn't save them. 4-7 kinda tough to deal with. I have a flyer. They jump and take 2 damage. Do they still do Grand Prix tournaments? Not ones called Grand Prix. They do make tournament. They do have tournaments, so-called opens, I guess now. At the Magic Fests, there is still PTs. It makes no sense. They were legendary. I mean, you mean there is makes no sense for there not to be GPs? Yeah, sure. There's the legacy events, which are kind of GP-like too. Watcher of the Roost, and they have an Ankler Shambler. It's not very useful when blocking, so. First Strike and Death Touch. It's impossible to block the guy. Crazy. What's the difference between Historic and Timeless? Ban list, yeah. Is this Khans? This is Khans of Tarkir, yeah. Parapet to deal the last few points of damage, useful. Flyer, no attack, no block, classic. Salt Road Patrol, just demolish them. I mean, like, one could argue it was an offensa. More so than Salt Road Patrol, but I think Salt Road Patrol played its role. Opinion on Dazzling Ramparts. I have no idea if that card is like... I mean, it's probably okay to play it. It's a bit awkward though, but... Play 2-3. No morphs on the battlefield, but I guess if I draw a land I can outlast. Make a morph or... Well, I probably attack. And play the 4-5. Okay. Why is Baleful Beholder not legal in Historic, bro? I don't know. Don't even know what a Baleful Beholder is, so... You got to take that somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna click on your link. I don't know. Maybe it's probably not on Arena. It's legal and timeless? Okay, well then I don't know. Bro, it's just taking 4. Love to see it. Anafenza the Foremost. Very funny name. They're attacking me. Okay. Can make it a 6-9 next turn. Or attack. Oh. I only have 7 lands, so I can't even cast this. Sad. Guess we're gonna need to switch to a defensive position soon. Maybe I want to draw 2 to find some action since I have so much removal anyways. Oh yeah, the Mastodon. How they play another creature and not a pony back brigade, that's nice. Kill this and I can cast Dead Drop next turn. Seem to have something. Dragon Grip. Okay. That's fine. So I have the Mastodon and soon I'm gonna punch my opponent with my Mastodon. This card I always thought was pretty crappy and unplayable. +2/+1 has Fast Track. I guess that's Flash. It's probably not too bad. Pure Ferocious, then it's a Combat Trick Plus, but I guess I just didn't like combat tricks back then. Two wins, need 5 more. Deck seems pretty strong. Hello, can you check how was Vestigos? Can't really say anything about it. I think the Harrier flying looks pretty good. Better than the Behemoth would. 3/6. 3/6 is just blocking. Play Rotting Mastodon because I have Kin 3 Invocation in my deck, so I want to live the dream of making an 8/8 monster with it. And then protecting it with my Feet of Resistance. So that's why I chose to go with the Mastodon. While generally this is probably better because of the flexibility. Can I put a deck on a Seal Tech website? Actually, I can't. Alpinko. Not playing the Mox Shock is open. No, skipping. I don't know a single common from LCI. Instead, I'll play the Modern Challenge. I wish Arena autopay for their spells would randomly exile cards from your graveyard. That would be a welcome option to have. No spots. I guess it's better to cast Entomb first and over. I don't know what he's playing. Let's play around Wasteland. Because after all, sounds like a great way to lose Delirium on accident. Well, you could just not click the option, right? You could just click, like, pick if you care. But, like, oftentimes you will not care. And then you don't click. What if you have erased that in your deck? Well, just then you don't use that option. So like ideally there will be two options. One exile like cards randomly and one where you don't do that. I don't think I want these Badlands here. Should wait for him to reveal. If he reveals a... Because I don't want to get Grizzlebrand if he reveals a... Underground Sea. Tropical. Yeah. It's just the Timur. It's not even Timur, it's Rhino. I don't think this deck can play main deck Endurance, so... Let's go reanimate first. Gets countered and I don't lose life for animated. Creature. Footseas. Petal. Floods. Done. Footseas. Rhinos and Legacy. Sure seems like it. Rhinos and Legacy. Just shoulder this. Just a 4-5. They're gonna bring like 10,000 endurance. Bowmaster seems ass. Vassalandos okay. Voidwalker not too bad. Exhume bad against endurance. It gives them endurance. But then what do I do with looting? I cut monsters. Could have push and snuff out and cut. So much forces and endurances that reducing, just going for looting seems irresponsible. Not sure about that. Push and snuff out can help against Minsk and Bull, killing Bull. Go for the eyes, Boo! Boo. This is gonna be a keep. Move to 5. So I'll just put back a fetch. Seems good to have a wasteland against a move to 5. Scam Grief turn 1. Move to 4. If Leyline, then I can Ritual Grief. Timmy, just think about it. Marriage Mirror turns into a different artifact until the end of turn. So then the new turn will begin. There's no Yugin's Nexus anymore. But given that it's until end of turn, it's already not there. Because I can't even wasteland anything. That is a Lorwyn basic. It's a really nice swamp. And Tomb. I guess I'll won't be reanimating Grief. Timmy, it is clear. If it's not clear to you, then it's a you problem. Next turn we make infinite life points. Just have nothing. I mean, opponent mulligan to 4 and I did grieve them, so... Yeah, he had nothing, but also it was kind of expected. The Rhinos deck doesn't impress me. Ay caramba. That was rough. Bro, when you like came into the chat earlier saying that those leyline binding blue control decks are so bad, I thought you actually had greater moral authority to shit talk them, but then you show up with Legacy Rhinos. That did surprise me a bit. This is a Lothar reanimate, not a Warhammer 40k reanimate. I don't think there is a... Well, maybe there is a 40k reanimate, but it's not on Modo because 40k cards are not on Modo. Please include, I need them for my collection. This is not on Modo either. Commander collection, black. No, no 40k. We are seeing the worst Bruce at an American RC. Okay. Bros, this giant is wearing some gachi helmet. Must be nice. How can he see? That's the point. Don't see, you just feel. Does Grave Titan have a hat? It actually does. Damn. Nice reference. Keep. And I expect to curve this Einok Bondkir into the Zanafenza. Don't leave me hanging, MTG Arena. I paid 114 euros yesterday to participate in this event. O kurwa, bo się pogniewamy. $114 is 114. I mean, like 114 euros for 20k games, and you use 5k games to enter. So I guess I didn't use all of that on this attempt, but when I said that out loud, I kinda felt really bad. Because I realized how crazy this shit is. Alright, I have 3 Baron Dens in my deck. I don't even know they're called Baron Dens, but they very well might be. What was the morph? 5-3, okay, good deal. Paying real money on Arena is, you know, money equals time, time equals money, money equals happiness, happiness equals time. Proof again that Kans is the best limited format ever. It is. Which one do I play? I mean, let's play an Offenza. She's the strongest. Now Abzan Charm gives my creatures faster, I guess, a combat trick too, thanks to the Bondkin. I assume they're gonna flip. So let me guess. The Loxodon. Yes. Maybe I'll use my Abzan Charm to exile the Loxodon then. Master the way. Not nice. If we had Abzan Charm to, you know, protect, would be incredible. Alas. Not the case. So I'm down bad many cards. Counter your 1 life points gain. I think I'll need to exile the Loxodon, so let's just do it now. But I can't even outlast now with the shitty mana draw. I mean, you know, I kept the triple forest hand. Yet, it is Model's fault, so. Fischer's Buka? Ooh. Well, those other shitty creatures, I guess, but. I mean, they're not getting any better, so. How much do I have to exile? 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. I'm playing Legacy and this. Modern starts in 40 minutes. Next turn I'll outlast this a little bit too. What's this? Arena Open. Khans of Tarkiros. I am indeed playing Amuletos in Modern. Also, soon I'm going to be looking to order some dinner. So, type your proposition, like suggestions in the chat. Butter chicken, tikka masala. It's been a long time since I had butter chicken. Because I always think, tikka masala is better. Probably throttle the unblockable creature for convenience. So it's free, it says 4 damage per turn, so it's better to activate now than to attack. I always eat rice with ketchup. You sure do, buddy, you sure do. Kurwa, drugiego słonia ma. Co za chłop. Hot and sour Chinese soup. I think just a soup is too little for me to quench my hunger. Sześć, 6, 5. Even a bear present to witness the punching. Yet he's not the target, so probably a good day. Let's go, Dune Blast. Bro, this song is so loud compared to literally everything else. Dameless, I am. Yeah. Awaken the bear on the bear. That would be so funny. Just eat more soup to be good enough with eating soup. Okay. I have good American ketchup. It's better than cheap Indian butter sauce. Okay. I missed that message. You're probably right. Let's see if I entered the modern challenge. Seems like I have. So let's restart model. Real ketchup is fine. Who's the arbiter of which ketchup is real though? I actually like Heinz. That's my wallpaper. It's Kaiba facing off against Yugi, and he's about to get his ass whooped by Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl. But Kaiba is not alone. He has Blue Eyes White Dragon, Ultimate Dragon on his side, so I like his chances still. Ketchup is vinegar, sugar, and tomato sauce. Sure, but like that's listing out like nice things, right? And then you're like, yeah, I hate it. 34 players in modern. Well, it's still half an hour. It's gonna fill out, right? A loving wife is just meat and bones. What is your point? Well put. True. Bros, I'm gonna play the Mastodon and they will never win. Field suspended. Opponent is so scared of one of my parapets that they're using a premium removal spell on it. They don't know what's following with the Rotten Mastodon. Well, I guess it's not following. Since their creatures seem to be shit and I have an extra removal, I'll draw 2. And like their best play is outlasting, I'll just draw 2. Well, I didn't use the feeder of resistance on parapet because I couldn't. I didn't have the mana. You're never getting past my defenses, opponent. That's the Mastodon sound. Ooh, and now we have a beater. GG. Maybe morphing this to like always keep up feat of resistance was an option. Yeah, maybe. Awkward. But we have a mana sink. End of turn, we just parapet them. Mówią o mnie świr. Tu na razie jest ściernisko, ale będzie San Francisco. Będzie stał mój bank. Should I have attacked first with the mandrill? Kinda random place. No, I don't care about the Harrier. Not using it? I guess they want to block the mandrillos now. They're untapped. They have mana untapped. I don't want to do anything. They have mana untapped first. Seems like there is no point. I'm progressing with the parapet slowly but surely. I see blast. Okay. No, I'll use kill shot on the Bondkin. I mean, they don't have ferocious. Actually, I missed that. But I can keep the Absent Charm. I mean, I guess they'll like, you know, I'll take 6, whatever. I think I prefer to have Absent Charm still in my hand in case of some crazy bullshit monster. Let's say my opponent summons the 1,000 Winds. I would not like that. Probably have kill shots on their own. Okay, now we protect. Nice. Could have saved it with the Abzan charm. I probably should have done that. Kinda clicking thoughtlessly and too quickly. But hopefully they'll fall to the parapets. I don't think I can make them draw 2 with the charm. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Pro is trying to raise an archer's parapet and a rotting mastodon. Pathetic. Okay. The mastodon is coming back and your Validasher's days are numbered. Just fucking mastodon just destroying them. Get out of my mastodon's way. Also, I did save my Abzan charm for the next game, it seems like. Ended up never using it. But why would I need to when mastodons became extinct long ago, but foul forces of the Gurmak swamp sometimes animate their decaying remains. The Sultai happily exploit such creatures. Huh? Foreshadowing of the Dragons of Tarkir exploit mechanic? But consider them inferior to their own necromantic creations. Big foreshadowing on Rotting Mastodon's flavor text. I never realized. Are you 3-0 or 4-0? I think 4-0. Are Mastodons alive in DDK? I don't think so. I mean, we can check. Wise, according to you, are the top 5 modern decks right now? Probably because they are the best. No Mastodons. Not even Sultai to reanimate them. Simgular is too focused on not doing that. What about VRF? Oh, I already closed it. I don't remember any. I think Krushoks took their place.
He's a phenomenal control player.
I've been watching Canista for a long time and I've never, ever, seen anything as cringe as Canista playing on MTG Arena. Bonus meme,
Nope.
yee.
It's just Krushoks, which were living in the past timeline, but not in the future timeline. We have a turn 3 parapet, so I guess I'll keep. Seems like an easy win. I never drew this so far, and this card is pretty strong too. Ooh, parapet, invocation. Too bad. I hope I don't miss my land drops though. Jak to kurwa znalazłeś? Czemu mi nie znalazło? That's crazy. No i kurwa misnąłem Landropa, ja pierdolę, nie? Już ta gra jest do dupy. Armament Corps better than Siege Rhino? Probably not. Maybe it's better in limited? Oh no, Savage Knuckle Blade. I mean, I guess I have a 4 toughness wall, so it's not as bad, but...
He's a phenomenal
no.
control player.
Ads be gone. Hey chat, the paid chatter here to remind you, if you have a Twitch Prime sub hanging around, you can use it on one of your favorite Magic streamers.
No. This game is over. Unless it is not. Let's play Anafenza, because she's the biggest. If you don't have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe with your actual monies. Are both of the morphs bigger than Anafenza? Are both of those Snowhorn Riders? Or the 4-5 blue morphs? I don't know. I mean, I can't not block my situation, I think. So I'll hope that my opponent is making a silly attack and I hit the correct, block the correct morph. And it's not actually, it dies and they eat the wall. Okay, I trade Parapet for exiled. For Loxodon, oh, that's awesome. Why did you do this then? It was a terrible play. Wasn't it? If I could Ainak Bonki and feed, it would be useful, but I can't. I played a slightly bigger creature. But getting flooded on white is bad too. No blocks now. Show me Snowhorn Rider or not. In a format of 3 mana 2/2s, a 2/3 is huge. A 3 mana 2/2 doesn't mean anything to me. A 3 mana 2/3, you have my attention. Certainly. This card was not too bad, right? Modern Challenge is not gonna fire. No i pizda, kurwa, no nic nie mogę zrobić z tymi stworami. It was a Snowhorn Rider. Tramples 3 and deals 6. Defeat. Right on time for the legacy round. We took our one loss to Mana Screw, so I guess easily I'll win 3 more because my deck seemed to Mastodon all over my opponents pretty smoothly, so I can't see why it wouldn't now. I think the 3 AM challenge is fire, right? I've seen Ginger play the 3 AM modern challenge. Maybe 4 challenges per weekend is just too much for people, although I guess the 3 AM ones are just absolutely not for Europeans. I don't know. 58 have joined. What the actual heck? Well, maybe it's still gonna fire. Maybe it's gonna amass enough players, but let's go turn 1. Griselbrand. Wow. Okay. Thanks. Did I just not discard any cards? What does Legolas's quick reflexes do? Do I need to discard it? I think I'll just take crop rotation. But I am largely unconcerned with what is in my opponent's hand. It was just important not to discard Bowmasters because then Exhume into Griselbrand would kill me. But I'll probably discard their entire hand. Because I can draw 14. Wins the game. What is this deck? Is this lands? With Bowmasters? Or is it... is it not lands? Ups and depths. Is that like ignore? Is that like does art? Sure. It's ups and depths. Yeah, okay. You have all the bogs and shit like that, so maybe even push Snuff out for the small stinky creature of theirs. What's your Elvish Reclaimer plan? Play creatures on my own. I don't know if Bowmasters does anything against their deck. They have their own Bowmaster, so like I could Bowmaster their Bowmaster, but that's also a reason not to play it. Yeah, let's see like this. He kept 7. Oh, let's keep 2. Scrubland. Mox Diamond. Discard bio. Deafening silence. Yeah, I can manage. But it just never gets old playing this guy post-board. GSZX1. Reclaimer, let's go. Yes! They played the guy. Worth pushing now? Probably. Well, I guess I can do that right now. Okay. Bro, dot dot dot. Why are you dot dot dotting me? Why is there normal music on this stream? I think that's bitching about music, so you're gone for 10 minutes. Do you have a sideboard in out somewhere for this Risk Animator deck? Yeah, it's on my Twitter. It's just against the blue decks, but that's the only one where I can offer such insight. Bro, it's gonna fetch a Sigiri Steppe now. Can get a second Yavimaya. I have a Voidwalker, it's never gonna grow to a 3-4. I got a Thespian stage instead. Let's make sure by griefing, I guess. 2 fetches. Okay. But I guess if they draw depths now, I'm in trouble. Can I cast anything funny? Oh yeah, Reclaimer. Or Wasteland. They can fetch a basic and copy a basic now. Let's just attack them. Triad Arbor. Okay. Still a 2-turn clock, brother. Unless you're Thespian stage copying this Arbor, I guess. Sure. key. Swamp, Lotus Petal, Duffy, Voidwalker. Legacy players in shambles. They just drop like flies. Modern challenge is gonna fire, bros. We need just 4 more in 6 minutes, so we're actually gonna get there. That is crazy. Well, maybe. Maybe we won't, but... And yes, I will be playing Titanos in this. 93, 3 more. Did I cast an Emrakul with the Walker in my Magic career? It's actually possible, I never did that. Do I have a sideboard in out somewhere for this Reanimator deck? Yes, I do have it on my Twitter. I'll show you a link since you seem to have failed to find it for yourself. Click this link. A sideboard guide for just one matchup, but I don't have a guide for other matchups because I only ever played them once. How many multi-queues for challenges I'm doing right now? Well, I'm playing the Legacy one, but it seems not synced with the Modern one, which begins now. And there's just one more round for Legacy, unless I top 8. Alright, bathroom break. Allegedly opponent spotted 21 days ago with scales. Seems to be the case. For Reanimator, is there a reason for the 3-1 Archon Griselbrand Raxa split? Is there ever a time you would change the numbers of Reanimator targets if you expect certain matchups? I think the reason for that split is that I stuck with it and I haven't changed it. Traxa is the weakest, but sometimes you want card advantage without having to pay life to draw cards, which is relevant.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Archon is the one you are most likely to want in multiples. Griselbrand is the strongest, but weak to Bowmaster too. I think I wanted variety amongst my monsters because that's how I wanted to fight Extraction post-spot, but now I just fight Extraction differently. But it's possible I should be playing free Griselbrand to Archon because game 1 you summon Griselbrand most often. Although if you end up playing against a Bowmaster deck, it's actually not true. So I'll think about that. I don't actually know. Good question though, actually. I think I initially wanted to build it like that to, well, no play. What a great deck opponent. Seju? Upkeep. Alright, I'll just play Dryad. The construct doesn't matter. Perigon, thank you very much for a prime sub. Would I like to have Grazer as an IRL pet, assuming it would be on good relations with Tofu and Buka? Not really. They have one card in hand, wow. They really have nothing. I was also thinking if I should actually have a Sauron instead of one of the Archons. Because maybe post-board is actually useful to have, sometimes have an reanimation target that's just unkillable against 4-color, but it's probably, if you get a monster against 4-color, it's just good enough anyways. Can Titan Vesuva enter as a no copy? Damn, I missed that. Good point. Yeah, I know that you can do that, but my mind just went to the other line, which also seemed pretty game winning. So I just settled for that. But a very good point. Nonetheless, they'll die now. Let's add 2 Curse Totems over 2 Explorers. 2 explores. No, he's good. He's good. EE. I don't care. Their cards are like in different costs. Defense grid. What? Dismember. No, it's worse than any of the cards in my deck. They don't have a creature that like I want to kill in particularly. I have Boseiju as removal anyways. If I really need to remove something, like an Inkmoth, Curse Totem is actually strong against them because it stops their deck from functioning. Great hand. When does Spelunking come in? It's all explained in the doc. Patrol Automaton would be a card I would probably want to remove from my deck first, post board with scales, so maybe they had some different cuts, but it's surprising to see it game 2 a bit. Could have Fossil Vigor technically, which is a card that some people play sometimes, but not anymore. Is opponent dead? Very. Let's play the One Ring to make sure that we are protected from evil. Not the most impressive Mr. Beast, but I think I could have played this turn better too, technically. But I just didn't want to. I played 2 Vesuvas, yeah, lately. It's also explained the FHQ, but it's just like 2 Vesuvas versus 2 Balakuts, so it's like a small decision, small choice. Not sure which I like better. Isn't it weird that Timeless is just regular amulet with Field of the Dead and it can compete with Occupiers and Little Spirals? It's not an amulet deck, right? It's just a Titan deck. So they actually survived. Because of my negligence. I think going for Colossus was just kinda for the lulz. Cycles also lit the Shattered Spire. We won Zulul. Well, I had outs until the totem came down. Yeah. If not for totem, I could like... I play Ant and 4 Bossage to beat Blood 1 Timeless. 4 Ring, 4 Golos help 2 and 1 Ugin. Good for you. Okay, fine. What are Titan's worst matchups? There is none if you... Like, just don't ever think of matchups being bad and then no matchups are bad. On the reanimator questions, should I cyborg out, reanimate and leave an exhume against Chalice decks? Maybe it's a play draw thing. Probably is. I'll play Mandrills next turn. Because you can probably keep reanimate on the play, but not on the draw. Because on the play, it's still better. You can go grief, reanimate. All of those lines are open. But I agree that I should probably do that on the draw. So good points. So many dynamos today. I'll try to keep that in mind. Okay. Why they unsummon your guys so quickly? They must have a cruiser DDT, I guess. I don't know if it's a given. Show me your trick. I think they are actually cruising. No, Mardu Horde chiefing, okay. Can make 2 threatening monsters here. Start outlasting the patrol. They have more cards than I do. Oh, parapet. Parapetti. Alright, I'm smacking them. Okay, that makes sense. Mandrill is a 4-4 against this, but High Sentinels of Arashin. Well, if you think about it, every wall is a removal spell, I guess. They could have end hostilities, land and hostilities, that'll be bad for me. They don't, so I think the parapet is going to shoot them down. Okay. Okay. Noxious Assault. One more round in Legacy. I'm thinking of ordering dineros right now. 1000 games back. There's no IDs on Modo. $66 players in Legacy, so barely over 7 rounds. Barely over the 7 rounds cutoff. I have ordered chicken. There is a place which serves kind of like Korean style inspired chicken, which is called Kim Chicken, like kimchi. And they sell just like chicken in butter and sauces. It's very tasty with fries and like lots of nice stuff. Okay, keep here, keeperoni. Turn 2 parapet, turn 3. Oh shit, maybe I can wait with my invocation to make it 10-10. Probably no, I'll probably make it 5-5. I don't think they can remove the wall. I think a 5-5 is gonna be good enough. Is there a mountain in the deck? There is not. No, I'm playing foothills for... Delph. Cans does not mean fetches are in Pioneer. In fact, Cans is in Pioneer. It always was. Okay. Guess they want to block with this. That's a solid play. I think I should play 6-6. Or the elephant. And then make elephant to a 4-10. Or a 3-9. This into a 5-5. which is up well against this. I think a 6-6 is better. Because they can't block both then. O kurde. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna attack. Next turn plains Dune Blast. Seven damage for like them spending the mana. I have a single throttle, yeah. I'll attack now. Trade the 6-6 for 9 damage. Keep the mandrills around Dune Blast a little bit, because I'm scared. Okay. Okay. Okay, one more game to win here. Codex of the Multiverse. The Play Blade. Big play. Blade Historian. Alright, let's play for the top 8 of the Legacy Showcase. Well, by showcase I mean challenge, I guess. Challenge. There's no a showcase challenge today. What's my top 8 conversion rate with Reanimator Legacy? I think I have plenty of challenges, showcase challenges where I went 0-2 and dropped. Or 1-3 and dropped. So it's probably not that good. Now my top 8 conversion rate of, I guess top 8, no, my finals conversion rate of showcase qualifiers with Reanimator is 100%. How do I deal with ley lines post-board? I don't, I just board in monsters and play through them. No, I don't want to play Unmask. Thoughtseize is just better post-board and just much better card than Unmask overall. Oh, how Badlands, I was scared. Petal. Oh shit. So the way I deal with Leyline is I just play a Duffy Voidwalker and I attack. I even have removal in my deck now, so I think the Goblins deck should be a pretty good matchup. So I guess let's expect a Chalice deck, post-board. Chalice Leyline. My just got kinda awkward into that, but... Archon is so good against them that I think I can skip Atraxa, and Grizzlebrand is not gonna get punished by Bowmasters, so... We could... Card Reanimate on the draw. No, that's too many cards. Is Wasteland good? Didn't you play them yesterday? I played against Goblins. I don't know if I played against Geodude Jared. What did they play Black for? I played against Goblins with Munitions Expert yesterday. Exhume still good. I'm keeping Exhume over Reanimate on the draw for Science. Let's stream one Exhume. I think Rashadan Port is not in their deck. They move to 6. Good draw. Especially if they have a strong goblin to animate dead. Rishadan Port, wow. Or dies. Host by Voidwalker. Absolutely rinsed. No more fetchables. Alright, Voidwalker. You have to get there. Can they get anything good with Matron? Ringleader is pretty good. Let's draw Grief. Aj kurwa. Might lose then. They didn't have the 4th mana, so I can still draw. Grief even. Should cast in too many spawns, but yeah, now I draw Dredge, which I can't cast. It's okay, it's okay. Dredge's still fairly useful. But I guess a bit punished for boarding out the second Badlands in this spot. But if they tap for Ringleader, I get to play Dredge. Then they're gonna be at 7 life, so Slingsconger, Slingang, Loitant. Those are really good. Should have entombed Griselbrand. I guess I still had Archon for Grief, so why is this attacking? Munitions expert. Yeah, Scorger anyway, so it's weird to munitions expert. They can cast both. I don't know, show me. But also they can't kill Jolred now with experts, so they still have to skink Scourger, which works. Probably should block a 2/2 then. Pyrokinesis. Exile Stink Scourger. How come? I guess that's your only red card. Their hand is like Mindbreak Trap and Ley Lines. Zajebiste drowy. I think I have to attack. I mean, I win the race, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No one finds it weird, Bobsie. Literally no one. They have to sacrifice 2 goblins. Goblin Matron. Skirk Prospector. Okay. Is it like Prospector and you sacrifice everything to summon Muxus Maneuver? Or do you have something better in mind? Damn, Perpetuum Mobile. Twin Shot Sniper. Kurwa, no jakie ma hiciory, nie? Ten gobliniarz. I think I deserve a Jolred now. Chuja deserves. No, so one more match in the Arena Open. Muxusing. Missed. 5 lands. You had 8 mana. Why not cast Archon? Marsh Flask doesn't have a mana ability. Probably should have thinned with Entomb, yeah. I think Murderous Cat is probably a bit too bad because of Leyline. No, Chromox is terrible. Well, keep Leyline check. Nice. Pyrokinesis. What a funny card to have.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Illegal format.
Probably can freely wait. Discard the troll and fetch. They drew Badlands. They play another Goblin Latsky. They have Twin Shot Sniper Pyrokinesis. Infinite card draw assembled. Infinite life assembled too. Well, not quite. I guess you run out of cards before you assemble infinite life. We actually top 8 at the challenge chat. Now, a question for the most loyal of fans. When was the last time I top 8 a challenge on stream? Four weeks ago, last week. No, I normal challenge, not showcase. How big was the Europeo RC? 300 something. I think before Mox it was kind of a while ago. 1300. Wow, the EU one was like 300, 400 maybe. 1300. I think you top 8 a modern challenge not too long ago. With what deck? Deckless, please and thank you. Bro, it's like there is a command that just gives you that. With Hogak? Yeah, Hogak and Pioneer, I guess we can check. Pretty easily. If we go, Lille was 690 people, then I was mistaken. I mean, it's 32 pages over 8 years, so, you know, 9 years. Vintage Challenge, Mono White Initiative, no. Modern Challenge, Cascade Beanstalk 11th, no. Pioneer Challenge, no. Pioneer Challenge with Hidden Strings. Oh, that was when I played against like 10 Phoenix players. Standard Super Qualifier 7th, okay. This. Vintage challenge. Mono initiative, fifth. Same tournament? It's so confusing that they post like the finish 7 for vintage for prelims. Pioneer Challenge Boros Convoke 7th. Vintage Challenge colorless. What a shit deck. Alright, modern. 2 amulets, keep. Yeah, I beat Scales first round of modern. Cavern of Souls. Human. Green Human. Noble Hierarch. That's a good draw. Jackson, kiedy by umiał dancehall? Dla tych chłopców ja tu Queen. Mopka, znowu dobra faska. Jak moje strawberry. Vintage weapon of choice, Dredge with Bloodgusts. It's a metagame choice, I swear. Jeszcze jedna. Jeszcze jedna. Jeszcze jedna. But it's not good against Blue-Eye Lurozorov, bro, just like stop. Or it's not good against Tech XYZ. That's bullshit. Just like, don't be a tiny little bitch and your deck is gonna be good against all decks. Play your cards, win. Really, it's not that deep. Even goblins, maybe I misspoke. Maybe I can die to a subtlety now, but it's like they don't have it, so let's not pretend. Force of Despair. And I would despair then. Do I ever look at the number next to the word 10 in situations like this and ponder the present moment? No, I'm too busy clicking and having too much fun, so. Are open necklace in game a positive or negative for Amuletto? It's the same. It doesn't actually make a difference. It's a positive for good players, so thankfully I identify as one, so I am happy with open deck lists. Randomized open deck list. I have no idea what do you mean, but I'm up for that. I block. Yeah. Okay. You do block, yes. Support a dismember and a engineered explosives in case of Magus of the Moon or Meddling Mage or anything like that. Otavara question mark. Yeah, maybe. Otawara, like, again, Otawara is here just for moral support against the... For when I think of Elesh Norn existing, it's not actually to be played. Don't stop. What are the odds of them having Magus? We'll see. I don't know what deck exactly are they playing. They only revealed Cavern into Hierarch, which could be tribal humans, but could be also something slightly different. And I guess let's optimize for drawing a Dryad rather than for gaining more life with the fountain. So I'll go with the Zuva copying forest. Humans in modern viable and modern again. Well, go back and watch game 1 and then think again how viable my opponent's deck was. I hate this. Whenever I Vesuva my white bordered forest and I just get robbed of my border. It says actual humans. Copper Code Vanguard. So let's be able, let's make it so you can play Ring through Magus. One Hierarch, that looks so incorrect. One word one. Bug end. Adeline? Scallopy. I mean, she's kinda scary. Chad, do you hate this, the One Ring? Or do you love it? Trample too? This card is so much worth. On the ring, that's very good. I assume I cannot not Cockring Chain. Yeah, nice. Just fog for 5 turns. Maybe they'll find their Magus with Inti. Blinds. No, they discarded blinds. They're gonna exile something soon. Oh, there's a secluded courtyard. Always courtyard. They played their last card, which is kinda odd. Kurwa, są głodne już. No, Grażynka. Did bro really top 8 free challenges? No, I only top 8 at the legacy one so far. A ja z jakim chicken zamówiłem i fryty, i box pół na pół. Dostała najpóźniej do 19:15, na miejscu o 18:35. I'll throw Amulet next time with Urza's Saga. Still paid one, which is not how it should work, but okay. Well, I don't need rings anymore next turn. I get an amulet and I combo off. It's a bug with Esper Sentinel. If it has more than one power, if you start paying, and then you say, actually, I don't want to pay, but you already paid some amount, it just eats your mana, and they still draw because you still haven't paid. I forgot, didn't realize that it's gonna have 2 powers, so it's gonna tax me for a 2 mana. I wanted to just Play my ring, pay 1 mana. But I paid 1 and they still drew. No Magus of the Moon. Horizon Canopy. Seems like my opponent has no good cards in their deck. Primal Titan. Okay. I promise I won't play any. Oh, how unlucky. What's the best Polish good for food for Christmas time? Pierogi. Gołąbki are not particularly Christmas. I guess barsh. Yeah, barsh is better. But I don't know if barsh is even that Polish either. But I guess we eat it and I'm Polish, so one could argue that, yeah. Aye. Nice stack, thanks. You've got a nice stack too. What the heck is the creature between the 1/1 token and Esper Sentinel? What creature? I did promise not to play any Primeval Titans, and I did play them later after I dismembered the Meddling Mage, so that was a little bit unfair of me to do. Unbounded loop detected. I'll attack them because it's gonna crash Moda and like I'm gonna have to beat them again or something. Unbounded loop detected. I don't know, seems pretty bounded to me. How's Legacy? Somebody's still stalling. Yeah, triple queuing sounds kinda rough. Legacy is only one round, no worries. I thought you were making a joke that I'm not gonna win my quarterfinal anyways. Point is dead on board. Thank you for your insight. Alright, top 8, let's go. Who is Gavin Thompson Exner? He was an MPL member, but no one actually knows about it. And he is a designer of the Alpha Frog cube because that's his cube. So he's known for those two things. Arena Open is not up yet. Well, it is up, I just haven't had time to win it yet. E Principe again. So E Principe was our only loss, and he was playing used as a keep, mono red, prison. No, I don't have no, I do have ritual. Okay, keep. Just get troll turn 1. GL, thank you, Yellow Hat. Possibly I can double Fotsies and take Rebel Master from opponent's hand. Yeah, Gavin was also from the Sewer Rats. In fact, yes. Molds to 5, okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
He has Brazil Stump. No, Bali Stump. Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria. Damn. Bolin, bros. I'm gonna go to 4 life, but I think it's safe. I don't think they have direct damage. But surprised me. Smashing doesn't go face. Już przyszło? Ale zajebiście. Oh, the meal is chickens. Chickenos. Use a landline. I don't know what's a landline. So I can't say. No, it's just an intercom. It's not like I don't have a landline phone. Guess I'll keep. Legacy has a website which has all the prices listed for the EURCs if you want to check. Kept 7, I also keep 7. Čali srali skurva. We seem a little screwed. I mean, I can draw 2 lands before my opponent plays action. I can ditch Grizzlebrand and make next cleanup, and then draw a swamp. Plenty of options. Don't cast anything, just pass. Advises chat with me having 2 mana and a Trini Sphere chilling on the board. Thank you for your input. Bombardieros. This card is strong. Swamp. No kurwa, Swampa nie mogę dobrać. No już po chuju, już przegrałem. Swamp is bagno. Sen actually kinda great. Fake Chromox? I think so. What else? Why did I play Voidwalker first? Because then I can Thoughtseize a Goblin and reanimate a Goblin on turn 1 and then follow up with a Voidwalker on turn 2 as a threat. Seems better. Come on. No nie, no weź kurwa komedego. That's pretty unfortunate. I have 2 removals. But come on, like the fucking Rumble Master up top deck here. Insane. Is there a way to handle Layla in the deck? I am handling it right now. Yes, there is. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even Bowmasters doesn't save me now. Okay, I think this was pretty. This broke up pretty unfortunate, like in a pretty unfortunate way. This Montagna Rabble Master being on the top of the deck. If I, was able to discard Rabble Master reanimated on turn 1, then just dominate. But that means we're free to double queue now, Modern and Vintage in 20 minutes, which is also an upside. Food Showcase. Kurczakos and fritkos, which means chicken and fries, I guess. I should have cycled the end before the griefed. But I forgot. Fortunately, my opponent then decided to punish me. Surprised to see. Resource speed activation.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Wrong person casting Titans.
Haven't reanimated a single creature yet, which is unfortunate. Isn't this card terrible? The Chimil? Chimichanga? Any Bloodghasts? No, no Bloodghast. What a slow clock. Arena open, still 1 round to go. Let's just get the troll then. Okay, we got 2 turn clock, I guess. Kiedy zacznę Dredge'em grać w modernie, bo widzę, że nieźle idzie dekami opartymi na grobie. No może powinienem tak pomyśleć o tym. Może Living End się zalicza, czy Living End nie taki grobowy, nie w takim stylu. Dead people dread return troll and vintage. Dread return, well, they typically dread return different cards. So yes and no. Am I ready to cash these hands? I don't know what that means. In that case, I'm ready. Did they just not do anything? Wait, no more Vengevine stuff, regular Dredge, those are different decks. I'm playing the one with regular Dredge cards right now, but you know, just depends. I picked it because I felt like playing with Dredge this time. It is actually not like that deep because but that was just kind of it. I just kind of felt like playing it this time this way. I'll play Charles on the play. We have a misstep. Bazaar. Bloodgust Amalgam for Giga Aggro turn 3. We lost the quarterfinal and Legacy, unfortunately. I think I was the least fortunate person alive in that match. And that match is game 3, so I just had to pay the price of losing. Lauren reveals, let's go. Oops. This is quite a bit better. Want to fetch Chimley? Okay, we have a chance. You can just discover Moxes every turn. Mox Sapphire, let's go. No land either. Can also find Force of Vigor. I'll keep a green card in my hand if I... I forgot to cast the hollow one. So so that I can cast Force of Vigor next turn. You lost your trophy match to Chimley at LCI pre-release. Okay. Chumli. It's Sensei's diving top. Well, I would misstep that, but I can't, I guess. So, too bad. Or I can just clock. But I get to... I don't know. How quick is my clock? This turn I see 5 new cards to find Force of Vigor. Goes to 16. I don't know, chat. Didn't die after 1 untap, so... I'll look for Force of Vigor, but I can't... Well... yeah, I can't make an informed decision. Sure, Canister, you can't.
He's a phenomenal control player.
If I had 3 more chills, then my opponent is gonna die. Immediately. No chills. Maybe upkeep kill Chumli and Grim Monolith. I can misstep the key. Yeah, Chun-Li is really not so impressive. Let's hit Chumli and Monolith that they won't have mana for ring. I guess I should have responded to the top stacking ability. Yeah, that would be actually much better. I can't counter the key because of Chumli. Which says cards cannot be countered. Lauren revealed. Oh no. Possibly losing to waiting for their top trigger activation. Why not dredging? Why dredging? Is playing a few Cabal Therapies reasonable? Well, the issue here was the one ring, so if they have the ring protection, I can't therapy them anyways. Two chills means lethal to crypt. Let me read the one ring. You gain protection from everything. Is creeping chill a thing? It does seem like a thing. It does damage, unfortunately. I can dredge now and on their turn to chill twice, actually. If they would have lost the mana crypt flip, but they didn't. Because now they don't have the protection from the one ring anymore. Only have two chills. Bro, I think their deck is not particularly good. Reveals the one ring. Okay. Let's not draw a chill. Well. So bad. One more Force of Vigor in my deck. Maybe they'll lose to mana crypt activations. I don't even know what I Force of Vigor, so. Lost the flip. Well. Chills. No protection, only when cast from hand. Read the One Ring again. It is pretty confusing because it does seem like it says so, but it doesn't actually. Remember, the card is restricted in Vintage, so people sometimes don't have anything in their sideboard. And it's actually pretty bad. After Flux Reservoir. Uh-huh. I think they're trying really hard not to achieve victory. Blood Crypt. Hey, where's my hand? Still like a turn 3 Titan. Well, I guess not quite. Still. Scum players down bad after Fury got banned. Scrapping the bottom of the barrel. I mean, I'm saying that, but Harvester actually has showed up in multiple modern top 8s by now. No, I'm saving the Grazer for the next turn when I'm gonna have double amulet, and it's gonna be a +3 mana ritual instead of put a pointless land into play effect. I have 5 minutes here, so I have to finish this game. We have 3 mana left. Impressive game. Turn 1 Tinker, die on turn 5. Never seen that before. What I cut for the ghasts? I didn't cut anything, I just had Bloodghast in there the entire time. Right, I said GG's. But we're still playing. Bro, this song is a lot. I think I'll actually lose to Terminate. Unless I go for the Colossus. With 2 lands in hand. But then I can lose just to whiffing. What do you think I should do? I mean, one Titan loses to... like, it's the same. I'll just assume no terminate, I guess. No, bro, it's too much. Fuck. Please, this music. How come I play against two scam decks? I can beat push. Push doesn't matter. I can like copy Slayer Stronghold to pump Titans once again. I think I might actually beat Terminate 12 plus 6 more. I actually beat Terminate anyways. If they terminate a Titan now, attack with one Titan, I get Vesuva, copying a pair of those and add 6 more power this way. That's exactly enough to 1 over. Needed to win, so it's all good. Didn't play an extra harvester previous turn? To have lethal on board? That's interesting. I don't know if their deck has space to play Blood Moon, or if it does that. Doesn't seem like it's doing that. Also negation, Bazaar. Seems solid. Why Spelunking Side? Refer to this document. Let's bring the end over one saga, and I guess let's call it a day. They moved to 6. My hand is crappy though. It beats Moon. So does this. Maybe I should keep this. YOLO. I have the monkey, but I have the monkey stopper. What is my end? And? And what? What do I think about Tarask? It's an answer to Eleshnorn, and it's not particularly playable besides that. I do not recommend you to play the Tarask. Opponent doesn't have anything. Next turn I can transmute. Clone 9. How do you get to 9 mana without amulet triggers? That's a good question. Sometimes you do get there without amulet triggers. But it's not trivial. This Ragavan is giga stopped. What's in their hand? I assume terminates. Doesn't seem like there is a Blood Moon, so I guess I'll just won't play around it. Seems more important to play around terminate. I don't play against Scam too much, but this challenge I just played against it the second time. On their hand is 4 Carnosaur. I guess that makes sense. Persist. Ragavan persist. Carnosaur. Unfortunately not Bloodgasting this turn, but Darkmoor Salvage ready for the next turn. That's gonna show them. Probably turn 4 kill with this hand. Is that Doomsday? Key. Of course, they have the castle. That's what's in their hand. How many Cavern of Souls would I play in a field with a lot of counterspell? Refer to this document. So there was a terminate. How curious. The document answers all of the frequently asked questions. It does not answer the rarely asked ones, I guess. When will I do my house flipper to add like other big streamers? I don't understand what you're saying. Maze Abomination Amulet. Proves you're not a big streamer. Yeah. I also pushed my Dryad. Sad. Void Walker. Admiral Akprav, everything you're saying is extremely true. Oh no, my Explorer! I'll get Colossus. What would take for me to play blue deck in Vintage? First, not double queuing. I've played with Doomsday, Oath, Jewel. They sold amount, so it's not like I'm diametrically opposed to that idea. Boseju, Bounce Land, Forest. Gardens. I tried to F6 this game. I pressed F6 5 times already. Like, yeah, I get it. You get a Dark Ritual. Morton collapse my Colossus. Will they cast Colossus with Doffy Voidwalker? Because they're so flooded. Let's go. Wait, no lands in hand? That's less impressive than I imagined. Okay. They Doomsday, then they play Oracle with no deck, so they win. Ay, ay, ay. Doomsday sometimes does have Leyline of the Void, and it's an issue if they will. Maybe I can cut Bloodgus against them. Powder. No Bazaar. Great. Noxious Revival, Banana Bazaar. I'm better than that. I'm better than that. Horou Ichi. Or if I just attack with the hollow one. Keep force for Doomsday. It's not like I have Dredges in my graveyard anyways, so... Blue card, awesome. I guess Force of Vigor would have been neat against those two. If they play Talos Oracle like that, they're probably down bad. I could put a fetch on top of their deck. Okay. I did not win in Legacy. I lost in the quarterfinals. I feel like I was the least fortunate person in my quarters, unfortunately. Found a Dredger, so I can get a Dredger back and get chills. Or not. Never ever hacking lucky in this game. Charles, I guess, out on the draw. Yes, I am 4-0 in Modern. Maybe less Wasteland, because drawing multiples is not that good. I need to bazaar on turn 1 anyways. And have revivals on the draw. Did I qualify in the Arena Open? Not yet, bros. We entered a double Q angle. and just never escaped it. Why does no one play Yawgmoth? Some people do, just not that many, but I think part of the reason is that it's just simply not as strong as the memes would suggest. I lost to a Principe on the secret deck. Chłopie, co ty mi tu kręcisz za lody? Alright, hollow one. Thanks. They force, I force back, they lose one life. I take force, I keep 2 cantrips. That seems like a much better outcome for me. Blue card, nice. Could hit a hollow one, but next turn I can hit a force of vigor just a blue force. 2 jailers, no! That is awkward. But I do have 3 chills in my deck. If they do that, so I guess I'll just dredge my deck until I hit 3 chills and they die, and also if they doomsday, then chills kill them, so I can keep Bazaar for their turn. 2 chills would kill them. Misstep. Misstep, nice draw. Those jailer not turn off dredge. Well, I am assuming that they're gonna double block my hollow one and trade away, so now it's gonna trigger. It's a good card. How did I know? I just expected them to eventually double block. If not now, then on the next turn when they would be at 1 life point. Hopefully they get recall. Guess if they're at 1, they can't even... I don't know. One chill. Nice. So one random card. Yeah, let's just dredge the hardest I can. Go to 1 now, they can Doomsday. Got there. Unrestrict GGT, bro, I wish. Today is a winning day, chat. So far. Remember that if you enjoy winning, you can support me by subscribing to my channel either through Twitch Prime, which is free, or through just normal function of subscribing, and you get my extreme gratitude and access to the subscriber only Discord, and I'll think of you. I'll think more of you if I see your name in the chat. I need a bathroom break.
He's a phenomenal control player.
25% off? What a time to come back.
He's a phenomenal control player. He's a phenomenal control player.
Time to scam the scam train chatting.
Okay, yeah, let's assume they're on Tron and let's just... Do I put back Gardens or Saga? If I keep Gardens, I can Saga for map. I mean, Amulet or Gardens. Can Saga for map sometimes. That's what I'm thinking. Bottom Amulet versus bottom Gardens. I think bottom Amulet. It's close. Cast Summer Sparks turn 1 instead. Awesome advice. How's the Coffers matchup? It's good. I think Coffers kinda has barely any relevant cards. Except for the few Field of Ruins. I mean, the Citadel is bullshit and like doesn't really matter. No one plays that, I think. At least none of my opponents I've seen Mengu online with a list like that, but they just like have that one angle of Field of Ruining and nothing besides that, so it's fine. Like the rest of their deck is just irrelevant cards. But if they can start activating Field on turn 2, that's certainly better for them. Bounce land, bounce land, bounce land, bounce land, bounce land, bounce land. Come on, Chad, manifest, Simi Grove Chamber, Gruul Turf, Golgari Rot Farm, or... No, not Boros Garrison. Off the top. Delayed bounce land. Okay, no Tron. Try that again, chat. I'm dead to... Oblivion Stone. Even Karn for coating, hold up coating to target the bounce land in response to the amulet triggers is pretty brutal. Maybe they'll just play a ring. Cool. What Ulamog, Da Vinci? How do you think they'll cast their Ulamog with no Tron? How many forests are in a Tron deck right now? Three forests? So we cannot kill the... So we cannot kill the stone? Are you sure it's free? 3.2. I mean, how are they gonna die to their one ring? They're gonna draw cards. One has like 20 life. I think we can play around for forest. And if they don't have it, they like won't have drawn anyways for a while. Yeah. Because like opponent needs to chain 2 more rings and rebuild Tron and then do something scary. But I'll just draw so many cards by then. Okay, no Tron. Resident Ringster. Vintage game, 6 minutes down. Let's get B on the play. So if they play another ring and finish Tron, it's like unlikely. Misty was mostly played with Field of the Dead, way less useful after it's gone. Powder, no Bazaar. Keep Bazaar. 2 hollow ones, also don't mind that. Okay, we won. Co tam kurwa znajdziesz, bez znaczenia jakieś gówno. Chalice of the Void. Kurwa, se stapuj pizdę, frajerze. Śmieciu. Oh, look, you died. Minus 13. If I move to 5 in Vintage, I discard 3 monsters, I guess, and I play 3 monsters. Let's hope it's good enough. It's a Ludos deck, so it should be. Even if I get, you know, turn 1 Wastelanded. Ring Bad, Otawara, Spelunky, Ring, minus Fenton. 6 minutes, nothing, then 3 hollow ones. That's how it is sometimes. Force of Despair dodged, yeah. Opponent cycling Lurian Reveal, getting a Tundra. Are you gonna Swords to Plowshares my hollow one? No, Saga. Let's just take a draw step to maximize my odds of finding a land. Get the land into play. It was better to keep maybe, you know, a chill in hand and not Serum Powder, but doesn't really matter. Do I not like the 4th Boseiju in the sideboard? The 4th Boseiju, this actually is not covered in the FHQ, so I understand your question. And I will answer. Let's keep this. It's a bit weak, but... The 4th Boseiju is not really like a land at that point, because that's just too many of the same legendary lands, so it's... The 4th Boseiju is full on a spell, so... If I knew I will only play against Tron ever, then I would have 4 Boseiju. Probably, because that's the best card to have against them. But in normal matchups like Scam, Rhinos, where they might have Moon, but they don't really present too many targets for the Boseiju, I have no interest in that. That was actually an excellent draw. Why is Spelunking good exactly? You should visit my FHQ to get this question answered. I want Force of Vigor against those Lurus decks. It's a Saga deck, so probably. I think Force of Negation seems stinky. Noxious Revival seems okay. And maybe even Sickening Shoal. Card Grief on the draw. Can YOLO and Trim Powder, so just register 63. Trim Forces of Will further. Not enough blue to Force of Will now. Also, I'm gonna trim to like make it like make it so that I have even less. Okay. Like in Dredge it's fine, like you don't need to have enough cards to pitch in Dredge because what's the like you're fine with high rolling a bit. What's the like disaster scenario? You just like discard a force or Dredge over it. I think I didn't sideboard because I started playing a turn and I didn't know what to do, so it registered 62. Okay.
He's a phenomenal control player.
GGS past couple of days.
GG is Geodude Jared, very nice nickname. I guess the ring isn't too bad here against Tron, so like you don't actively need to cut too many of them. Titan of the top. By top you mean top 3. Here it is. Vintage might be a loss here. No, vintage is fine. Oof. Ancestral. Any ancestors in the chat? Wait, is your parent your ancestor? Or is it... Does it need to be many generations back? If so, then where is the cutoff? Let's restart model. Atlanta is a RC, yeah. More remote than a grandparent. Okay. Thank you for bringing light to this situation. One played 5 cards so far and none of them did anything. Giga dredging with Dagmar Salvage. Yield until end step. Strip the Tundra. Blow. Can put a force on top of their deck. Force seems really bad for them. Dredging is a bit anemic here, so makes sense too. Can I force this? Yeah, I guess. Okay. But I had a force anyways in hand, so seems like nothing happened. Time walk. That was a funny exchange though. Yeah, Saga Time Walk is like, yeah, bro, I was planning my entire game around you not having this chapter of Urza Saga available just yet, and they're like, actually, Lamao, lol. Fuck you, Canister. You are gonna get sagged now. Okay, I'll Dredge. Dredge 2. I didn't even mean to play it, I misclicked. So you're gonna have Lurus Stormod script or Lurus Soul Guide now, and I can't win. Because Lurus is life gain and Graveyard Exile. Force of Vigor is looking quite bad against them. '61, I don't know how to sideboard. I don't know if they play Wasteland, I assume so. Maybe I'm wrong. That's why I want the revivals, but now that's a hand I can get behind. Yeah, I know that Lurus decks usually play Wasteland, but somebody in the chat said the Lurus blue-white deck, which, you know, sometimes. Is it better to grieve them or double hollow on them? Keep the Wasteland maybe? Rather keep Wasteland or keep Grief? Probably keep Grief. Grief also activates Icorid. I get Wasteland, I do at the ideal 8, 11 plus 8, that's 19, so they pay 1 life, somehow they die. Will we fetch? Saga Wasteland. That's awesome because their hand is bad. SOS to you. I hope that someone gets mine. Nie stacie na baton. Czy grać gdyby to jakiś saltor znany? Nie wiem. To chyba. Może. Ale chyba nie. We are playing Amulet Titanos in Modern. Legacy Challenge kicked me out in the quarterfinals. I got defeated at that point. Chill. Sure. Nice draw. Do I enjoy Legacy or only Recanimator? Only Recanimator. Can my opponent do anything? Maybe if they drop low. Time walk. It's pretty hard to like imagine great draws for them. Handless this plus unknown, so like what would you need to top deck? Bowmaster Time Walks too. I think my opponent is playing a deck that doesn't play black cards. Given that the only land I have seen in both games is Tundra, and they also play Lavinia. I guess Lavinia, you could like splash with Lavinia easily, but just seems like it's all blue-white. Brother. Nice draw. Bazarek. I mean, my opponent hasn't played a single black land for the entire match, so probably they'll play blue-white. Sending out an SOS, sending out an SOS. That's what my opponent is doing right now. Okay. I mean, even if they time walk it, then it's probably good fine. Time walk into make a land drop, into make a construct to block, into plow one hollow one, into find Soul Guide Lantern, into find a plow for the second hollow one, or make a second construct of the other saga to block the other hollow one. Something like this. Like, I guess technically that could materialize. They have saga in hand, but most likely not. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. The Rockefeller moving. Oh no! Oh no! Not Mox Ruby. Well, Mox Jet, Mox Ruby, Lavinia, Pog. Ah, Canister wins the match. 3-0. Exactly 64 people. So far we only lost, I guess, one game here and twice to E Principe in Legaci. Bednarcho is slowing the entire tournament. MTG KG, thank you very much for the sub. And by sub I mean a raid. Bednarcho was in the chat earlier and explained that for some reason he has lethal and Gibby is trapping him. But from my perspective, they're both as bad. Sorry, I don't make the rules. If you don't make the rules, who does? Yeah. There is a chance that some of the names are actually doubled in this list, but I only ever check that manually or if somebody notices. Kapy23 has a hashtag. Shit, I don't remember the reason. An actual potatoes, a Sayamba. I mean, if you're like a one-time offender, that's fine. The real problematic ones are, you know, the Hall of Fame. But yeah, the vintage challenge going pretty smoothly today. Makes sense that Christoph wasn't there today. What does Laplacian play these days in Modern? That's a good question. I don't actually know. Maybe Rhinos, maybe something else. I don't think he's a hammer gamer anymore. Let's move to something playable. Draw bounce land, play turn 3 rank, win. Up against Murktidos though, so a bit rough. On a Mulgant 4 especially. Foreskin Baleron. Okay, interesting nickname. No Bazaar. Mulligan. Powder. Save Dredger. Mulligan to 5. Mulligan to 4. Keep. Put back. Powder. Small Dredger. Keep Bazaar. Big Dredger. Ecorid. Green. Yeah, sure. Let's do it this way. The One Ring, or more so the turn 1 ring. Do I keep the bounce on my hand or not? I will likely draw another one, and I think keeping mana in play makes sense too. I want to chain rings. I'll likely just die. I die to Delirium, die to Bolt, die to Ragavan. Struggle against Counterspell. Okay. Maybe I can beat Counterspell. Move to 4. The Arena Seal thing is not finished yet. I still have to play one match. I just didn't have time between rounds at all. If I win this, it was a very impressive game against Murktide. Just recovering from a move to 4 like that, but I think I'm winning. Unless there's a slow rolled bolt. Spell pierces. Could have subtlety, no to chuj wtedy, no. Przejebane wtedy. Ma subtlety. Się zesram. I really like, I can sell the lose, so fine. Thank you for instilling the fear in me. Okay. End of 6 because I have the mental misstep. Come on. Let's board out the sagas on the draw for science. That's too many cards to cut. What if I have Spelunking then? This sure explains how spelunking works. It's a bit complicated. Should you play Talos Principle 1 before 2? I'm in the middle of Talos Principle 1 and I haven't played 2, so I don't really know, but I am skipping all the lore because it's giga boring, but the puzzles are great. And I'm enjoying my game, enjoying my time very much so far. So far I can recommend the first one, but can't say anything about the second one. Just passing, we're gonna get 2 jewels. I kill them. Should I even use the upkeep? I don't know. Yeah, I kept the grief to hardcast it. Oh, I have no dredgers. Can also hardcast chill. They're gonna go to 2, so better to hardcast grief. Although they might die to mana crypt if I cast a chill. So better to cast chill. And evoke grief. Wow. Keep. Yes, Mark Chalice. I don't... have trouble understanding what is like intuitive about that, unintuitive about that for you, but yeah, it is like that. Having one amulet and one explorer is mostly the same, but spelunking doesn't trigger. So they lose life from the one ring, so if they lose the mana crypt flip, they're gonna die. They die. Nice combo deck. Foreskin Baleron. Foreskin Baleron, I just can't. Jewel. No, spell fucking pierce my ass. Please. Pierce it through. Sure. Forest. That was a brutal spell pierce. Exile my Boseju. No counterspell. Well, now they have counterspell. Bazaar, force. Why not? Wasteland. Good hand. You are extremely right, Bumjing. Point Mulgand. Mishra's Wongshop. Grim Monolith, okay. It's not even like that move, but you know, similar. I drew a blue card. Oh, opponent, this looks pretty rough for you. Sun is not good, but wow, snap phone, okay. Oh, no Ragavan. My hand is not so good then. We have a plan now. Phyrexian Metamorph. Okay. Hardcast ends. I'm like... Oh, that's a good draw if it doesn't get host. Yeah, I'm hardcasting my end immediately. I'm hardcasting it so hard, giving the presence of like 2 forests in play. Don't moon me. Let me make 2 constructs. Kurwa magus, nie? Co za skurwiel. Dupa. I mean, I can make a 6/6. Can't kill this, but... Wait, they made a hollow one, they didn't even block. Curious. I guess they just needed the hollow one to fuel their academy on the next turn. Mm-hmm. Do you think I should cycle the end? I think I should. Like a 5/7 is so great, but... Oh, my Titan. Probably should do that before Ragavan steals my last forest, but fortunately didn't. Huh. I do have Otawara in my deck. So I could Dryad into Otawara into kill Magus. PO. No. No PO. Dash Monkey Man. It's clearly fishing for a Delirium. Oh, I guess. I don't know. Play the ring and take the heat and like summon more Titans. Nie no, smoka jeszcze wpierdoli mi. Diabeł. Ja pierdzielę. Alright, I guess the Titan, it was better to block than not to block then. Some people got real problems. I have no problems. I don't. Can't use Ancient Tomb. This weapon has 1 mana. Tishana Straight Binder. That's my Otawara. How do I deal with Murktide? Why do you like... Oh, I do need to deal with Murktide because this is 13, I take 2 and I die. How do you get blue for Otawara with Dryad, but this is exactly lethal next turn. So I can't find shit. Magus of the Moon. Hey, Dryad. Isn't it 10 damage? This is 13 damage. 15 with this. I have 15 life. So we got bested for the first time in a non-legacy, non-A-Principe format, but... You know, Murktide is cringe. Just got mooned twice. Open deck lists benefits Amulet because I will know when not to sideboard Dismember when they don't have Magus and when to sideboard Dismember when they do have Magus. Let's win my MTG Arena idiot token for tomorrow. Isn't Dismember good anyway? No, it's not good. Do you know what it means for a card to be good? It's like when it's useful to draw and Dismember is Giga medium minus max, when what you're trying to do with it is to remove DRCs and Ragavans. Oh no, they have a morph. Soon I have +3/+3, or it's the Death Touch monster.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Made him have it. No, I don't want to. I have a trick in my hand is like that. Dev Dealer. Dev Dealer kind of scary.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Simonex copiednis to CO tam slikak.
The first one is the Death Touch creature. Can throttle the Death Dealer when it comes to that. No, the first one isn't attacking. I don't know. Okay, so it's the unblockable mentor man. No dawaj kurwa, wskakuj. Transformuj. Dzięki za suba, Jędrula. I'll block the second one, I don't know. The Death Dealer didn't want to attack. No i co? Absent Guide. O chuj, to zabije go. Czemu nie? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can't. I'll block with my Soul Throat Patrol next turn. No, don't Rite of the Serpent Mine. No, they made a 1/1 snake. That's so bad. That is so bad for me. O, 3, 4, 5. I kill the board. Have 2 Absent Charms to draw. Co to był za potwór? Death Touch Lady. Well, good thing that they didn't have the black card to flip it, so they have 2 lands. Yeah, you're right. It actually was a Death Touch guy, and like they didn't. So it was Mystic. But they don't have a black card. Bunny and Drake, okay. Na 1 dzień. Zasłużone kaczy. Let's assume their morph is giga big, so I'll outlast. 2/5. See, good thing. I outlasted instead. Debilitating injury. O, zobaczymy, kto jest debilem. Next turn I'll outlast to 5 with this once again. Oh no, that's the Sultai banner. Activate. Kintri Invocation. Actually, I'm winning pretty hard right now, so... Didn't expect this game to turn around like that. I thought I was in a pretty rough spot, but my seal deck was pretty cool. I wouldn't mind playing with it for a bit more, but I guess. The Del Double Edict is pretty good, yeah. So we're playing day 2. But you actually have to click claim, otherwise you don't get to play tomorrow, I think. But now I do. Mark Charles, a great point, also, which was also brought to attention by me and 3 separate Twitch chatters. So, yeah. Exactly. I was lucky that they ended up not having a black card in the end. But yeah, we also already figured out that the morph was likely a Death Touch Lady. Although they didn't attack with it, which also pointed to them not having a black card in their hand anymore. But I should have hit the snake. If they actually flipped, it would have been... you know, better for me. If they had a black card, they would likely still reveal the black card because it has a unmorphing effect. Opponent loses 2 life, so I gained nothing and I lost everything. Alright, I'm gonna go make some tea and feed bułeczka. Wait, savage punching a snail? But the creature was a snake, not a snail. Nonetheless. Plot, plop, plow, ploy, tickle, sickle, trickle, bang, ruse, amuse, splash, rake, please, thud, thud, ho, ho, delight. No, that's there's no way the first line is a group. Ho with please, plow and bank. Thud, splash, bang. Onomatopoeia. Ho. Ho, sickle. What's a ruse? Is ruse a pot stamp? Ruse, plot, sickle, plow, hoe, rake. Those are tools. Yeah. Plot, ruse, ploy, trick. Scheme. Please amuse, tickle, delight. Make happy. Alright, that was pretty easy today. Crosswords. Two-time NBA MVP Curry. Rise really high. Took southwest or delta. Steph Curry. I think I've heard that. Auditioner's goal. To audition, you want to... I don't know. Paired with a white chin strap. Or OB jeans, EG. Cast, yes. You want to be cast. Gets married. Ooh. Wife? No. Weds. But like that's plural, so I don't think it fits. Makes a bubble with 3 dots appear in iMessage. Type no. Types. Heaven on earth. P-O-L-A-N-D. Alright, Mel Greninja. I think we have to mold. This hand does not quite cut it. This is fine. Rocks. Living End. Or Orchinos. Rocks. Rocks! Rocks. 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 Don't mill
He's
over
a
a grief.
phenomenal control player.
Sun Pop, thank you very much for your Prime sub for 16 months. It is very well appreciated by me. No, nie, no pierdolić tego grifa, no. To jest zgięta karta. Can't do anything about it. Just always die to grief. Never out to grief. No, zajebiście, zabrałeś sobie pierścienia i co teraz? A, misja szlandropa. Nie no, spoko, nie? Przynajmniej tyle zrobisz. Wait, actually that's fine. Amulet's biggest weakness. I mean, Blood Moon. Is a pretty big weakness. I mean, if they take the Titan, then they can never live again this game anymore, so I think it makes sense. Also, having subtlety does also make sense, but they also have Force of Negation, so... Yeah, I think the play made sense. Actually, yeah, Magus is better. Magus is a bigger weakness. Hopefully they don't Violent Outburst me now in my draw step, because that would be brutal. Sorcerer Speed, I don't care, I win. Well, I play 5 color mana base, so impossible, then tough luck, brother. It's gonna be rough out there for you. You have another sub? I mean, Force of Vigor is different degree of usefulness, especially if you're a slow deck, then Force of Vigor plus fast is... It's not hard to play around Force of Vigor plus like slow. Oof. Opponent had all the correct interaction, but missed some crucial land drops. And Amulet doesn't let you go, let you off the hook easily. Why do I bring spelunking in here? Refer to this document. Great hand. Lurus again. I guess there isn't other companions in Vintage, maybe Lutri. But like, probably, you know, as a meme less often. Gonna Bojuka bog them so hard. Sen is awkward, but I mean, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. It's funny, but it's also fine. Maybe I'll play a green land. Might be able to master deck, so we'll wait with the activation till the upkeep. They play Urborg anyways, which is funny. Right, first bog played. Oh, I play Oliphant to get Steam Vents, okay. One bog now, instead I'll play Defense Greed and the ring next turn a day. Well into living end. Into a strong living end. But I have few cards, so. Like, they would still have 10, 12 power of agent. Take me to Snurch. And if they don't have... Oh, bro, not so lucky for you. Oh, that's so good. The grades are so good for me. Bros, today is so-called horse day. I don't know if that term translates into English at all. But it just means that everything lines up and is fortunate. Except for that Merktide match, I guess. But, you know, this was like such a medium draw for my opponent and just got dismantled so hard by my draw. Where I just ripped what I needed. And demolished my opponent. I even have just, you know, one Grazer in my deck, so... Yeah, Horse Day. A day of a horse, I don't know. Just... I don't know what's the like etymology on that exactly, but... Rip. How do you say horse day in Polish? Dzień konia. Those creatures were EOT cycled into Charlotte's agents. Zoo was in play, and hence I can't attack for 20 with double strike, and it's probably not even the best move compared to T-Westing. Because, like, what's the worst that they could do? Living End? So I don't want Living End to be bad for me. Titan blocks the Generous End. And then just wins. Next turn with Colossus, whatever. Opponent doesn't have anything to do. Neither do I, for what it's worth. I guess I pick up the salvage. No dredges. Well. So I guess we have two pretty bad hands. Played an untapped breeding pool, so maybe it is Otawara. Otawara my defense grinned. So I assume that's Force of Vigor on my two amulets. Okay. Keeps going. No attack. I think we're getting there. Since I added Curse Totems to my sideboard, I never play against Yawgmoth. I think forcing this is good because they get too close to Lurusing. Alright, I get eco it now. I don't think there's like a good reason to do it now that it didn't exist earlier, but it's been a long time since I've played Amulet Titan. It isn't how I remember it. Okay. That's how it looks now. Kakaras doesn't cast anything just yet. Their hand. Doesn't seem worth it. I would rather counter on their turn if they play Lavinia, because the pawn they just kind of trade it for free. How did Legacy go? I lost in the quarterfinal. Bazaar. Serum powder. I mean, soon I'm gonna put the shell into my graveyard and then we're gonna pop off. No. No. I mean, like, yeah, they did drive Delta by turn 7, but, you know. I did play Reanimator with Wastelands again, yeah. It's on my stream decker, the exact list I played. Oh, they won't play Lavinia? That's nice, that's so nice for me. If they'll instead play Lurus into my Force of Will. No taki kurwa mądry jednak, co? Jednak Strawinie zagrywa. Cwaniaczek. Oh yeah, the Doomsday player. I did have a pretty good laugh at the, let's say, the fragility of the Doomsday combo in Legacy and how bad it is. Alright, let's draw Bazaar. Bazaar, 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 Bazaar. Bazaar, Bazaar. I mean, drawing a one outer from the top of my deck is one way to frame it, but yeah. Alright, next. Mox Shafir. Strip Mine. Okay. Manually hand dredging turn 13. What the heck? Oh no, Lorien revealed. What a game. Dredging. Hasty Bloodgast. That's lethal next turn if they don't do anything still. I have 3 dredges now. Well, okay, I guess I'll summon it back again next turn. Repeal. I repeal your Bloodgast. Fortunately, they don't have Tinker in their deck. Doesn't even seem like they have Saga. They probably do, they just didn't draw it. Like, recall away, but is there anything good in your deck, brother? That beats Ikorid, well, Saga, Monka S. Monka Gaiga. No! What? Oh, come on! We had such a nice thing. Such a nice game happening here, and then... Come on. Probably prompt... Soul Guide. No zajebiście zniszczyłeś ląda, nie? Gratuluję w chuj. Oh, yes, bad. But I need to prompt them to crack the lantern. Okay. How many chills happened? Just one? There is 0 chance they play Shadow Spear. So you need to lantern me now. To Zikorid. Well, do they? Not necessarily, but... Dobra, no z ląda zniszczyłeś, super. Zesrał ze szczęścia zaraz chłop, że lądo zniszczył. I mean, they shouldn't have the second Soul Guide though. So I'll discard Imp. Okay, we're gonna need a bit more. 5/5, 7/7 soon, but what a game. Fabiola. Just 2 chill. Don't need 3 chill. Don't be greedy. Yeah, I'll take it. Are you looking for a decklist of Dredge? In that case, I'll need to upload it because it's not online. It's a secret deck, I guess. Another saga. So I guess the biggest issue would be Time Walk. Swords themselves, maybe, yeah. But I mean, I dredge more, right? So 2 chills. Turn 17. What a roller coaster too. I thought I was done. I thought I was gone already. I thought I didn't. I wasn't able to get back, but with the manual dredges we got there. Well, that was only game 1 too. Ludus deck. Like, Force of Negation stinks against them. Wasteland is solid. Revival saves Wasteland. Force of Vigor. Cut Grief. Karithag. Register 62. Am I still live in Modern? I am, in fact, in the top 8 of the Modern tournament. We are at 6-1. It was 7 out of 7 rounds. Alright, I'll trim an Icorid and then register 61. But it doesn't make sense to cut it down a powder because 61 4 powders is probably finds Bazaar more often than 60 free powder, right? There's 2 more rounds of vintage, this one and then another one, M4 also. On fire today. Also, we qualified for the Arena Open thing. First try. Hollow one side. No, I'm not gonna board out Hollow one. It's too good at beating hate. Powder. Mugilan. I don't know, maybe keeping Amalgam is better than the second revival for a blue card for Force of Will. or something else, but they're pretty big on wastelanding, so weź kurwa. Yeah, I never played against Dredge in Legacy, I don't think so. Or at least very little. Guess manually dredging worked once already. I don't know, they have Lurus. It's pretty hard to actually do anything manually. I mean, let's try. Maybe they won't be able to cast Lurus. Hogak exists sometimes, but Hogak and Dredge is not the same deck. But it's kind of weird, like all the decks just kind of have like 2 extractions as graveyard hate for Reanimator, so I don't know why it's not played a bit more. Force of Vigor. Thank you, Shrunk_pig. Nice name. Yeah, I guess Force of Will just, yeah, it's not too bad. It's gonna be hard to beat my opponent. Let's try game 3. Chalice on the play and Grief. I think I have too many Wastelands in the deck. It's just kinda in general. Maybe I don't play Force of Will on the play. Let's see. Sand is not so thrilling, but it's also not so bad. Well, kind of weird to me there is no deck that plays both Grief and Vengevine. I think those two cards don't actually synergize all that well upon greater scrutiny, because it's just so okay, Lanterna wyjścia. Grief like just hacks at your opponent's hand, but the way it synergizes, it's not like that. Tabernacle? Weź, siomeczku, się pierdolni w czoło. Great draws. No, but the Lurus, they just play a land and grab Lurus next turn. That's so bad for me. Companions, bros, companions. Absolutely overpowered against Dredge. Okay, we have a plan. Draw a green card, kill mana, win. We have no plan. We have a plan. Is it better to waste Tabernacle or pay with Wasteland? Mostly to waste Tabernacle. Well, what's the plan? I think the plan is to pass this turn. But still, like a land grab Lurus is terrible for me. Strip mine. Strip shrine. Draw green. Alright, hollow one. Maybe I should waste this, but I think I summon the hollow one. Right, hollow one, get him. Get him! And he misses mana. I have another bazaar to harass. Okay. Boarding Leyline against Lurus insane. A little bit. Maybe start dredging. They have Lurus and Unknown, so maybe if they don't have mana... No, they have mana for Lurus now. Maybe they don't have mana to replay Lantern immediately. I can dredge hard. Dredge fast and loose. This card is so OP. I think they should really... Okay, I can beat that. Okay, 4-1 here, but let's move on to playing the top 8 of the Modern Challenge. This hand seems keepable. Camelucci. Moving to 5. I play Amuletti. Godless Shrine. More like Pogless Shrine. I grieve, I exile your 2 cards from hand. Oh hey, DMX on 1 match and Camelucci in the other match. Very curious. No further comment. Fury was the problem. Bro, I'm gonna beat the shit out of my opponent. There's no problem, like nothing is problematic here. I'm just gonna win this game in a few turns. Don't worry, I'm gonna draw a Titan next turn. Bucia. Puka. Co robisz? Titan, Titan, Titan. Wow. Black White Scam seems like a terrible matchup. For whom's? But also, yes, chat. Bomber Boss is Marco Camilucci, was banned from playing Magic in the past for cheating, I believe. So it makes sense that Camilucci, I don't know the details of, but I'm pretty sure it happened. Well, our other opponent is Bart von at oh, don't remember the name either. Bart von Etten, exactly. Who is famous for having video footage of Shuffle stacking a Terminate on top of his deck. Which, you know. Sometimes you really need to draw the Terminate to win the game. I don't know exactly what's in White Black Scam. I'll cut 2 grazes for 2 Spelunkings. We lost. I'll keep this against Scam. It's got Bloodgus against Doomsday once again. So you play ley lines. Wow, double grief twice. This time with an ephemerate, so at least we don't get hit on the reflashing. And my opponent wastes 3 damage if they blink the grief. And I'm ready to top deck Dryad, next turn Ring. Chalice and 0, okay. Confirm, not cheater, lol. Well, you know, it is a fact that this person got banned from playing tournaments in Magic at a point in time. So, yeah, I guess confirmed. What I would like to see now is the Ringster. Or Dryad into Titan, so I'll hit the Chalice, so if I draw a Pact, I'll get a Dryad. Even if it's slightly terrible. No! Oh, come on. Keep. Put back powder. Down. Ley lines. Fortunately, we take 11 right now. So I need to draw another ring. Thanks. No dawaj, puszczaj ten kurwa priorytet, no nie masz kart w ręku. Oh. Probably need to chain rings to stabilize. So I'm gonna take 3 damage from this, go to 6. This is so much damage. Force this. Find blue card. Yeah, I guess no push is likely then if fetching at random points happens. Good point. No dredgers, sad. Let's go, another ring. That is actually... This is the nuts. Yes. Quarterfinals it is. In the meantime, DM4X doomsdaying us, so odds of winning are pretty slim. But maybe I'll top 8 on tiebreakers too. Literally played best possible every turn. That's not true, because turn 1 it would have been better for my opponent to go Grief. Legends to Ashes, by the way, new card. What a card. Bros, Furious, the problem is Bantok. I have to time it out. But this is very sad that, you know, the ephemerate happened after I drew literally the nuts from a situation where I barely could have imagined a way to emerge victorious. But then it's like, oh yeah, actually ephemerate. DMX mills his deck. Problem is that versus some deck, double Grief in one turn can destroy you. Okay. Probably should have used Bazaar, because if I draw a force, then I guess I have a force. And still lose a turn later, probably. I guess I did go. I guess I did get turn 1 scammed both games here. Just a bit rough. But next time, I do feel like my quarterfinals win rate in model challenges is like 30% or something. It feels way lower than 50 or just in general. Sodek defeating Azato Yellow on Murktide. One strong thing about white-black scam is Stoneforge Mystic into Kaldra as a follow-up to Grief. It's really threatening and typically requires specific answers in the deck, so pretty effective and gets to kill people with ease and quickly. Pionier nie ruszył. Well, it's not particularly surprising if we take into account the fact that 1,300 potential Pioneer model players are in Atlanta or whatever is that DreamHack thing. Thank you for the raid. I'm actually level 1. Or I guess Justin. And the fact they cap challenges at 96 players no for some reason. ... One Stoneforge Mystic. Alright, 30 minutes. It does suck they can't just make it so that it scales with the amount of players, but vehemently Daybreak sticks to not wanting to do that. Wait, actually Stoneforge Mystic used to be banned. It was a card that was disallowed from play in the format. Playlist
He's
contents.
a phenomenal control player.
Songs.
Just Ken.
Thank you, Joseph MTG, for your Sabini. Dangle a carrot in front of snake. Donkey doesn't fit. Stick. Torrential down power. Ty ory ony. Baby shark. Tamed tunes. Maybe it's that. Barbie Coaster was born in London, Ontario. Lake on an international border. Method for crossing great distances in Super Mario games. Jump? Colleagues down under. Bros, I don't know any of those words. This might sound far-fetched, but just listen. Hypo... no. Big spot is a st. What's a st? I guess Poland is not Paradise on Earth, so let's just remove it. Hear it out. You're a genius. TV screen option. Bird with a white chin strap. Detest. Hate. No. Obedience, e.g. Huh? Utopia. Well put. 24. Barbie Coaster was born in London, Ontario. Wait, so in London or Ontario? Kurwa, jak to jest pisanie jest zjebane na tym. Czasami. Ryan Gosling. Method for crossing great distances in Super Mario games is of course going to be pipe. Colleagues down under. I don't know. Baby Shark. I don't know. Pro Tour. Uga Tour. Baby Shark is a pop? I guess I think I've heard that. Pop, Eunice, PGA. 27. Lake on the international border, I don't know. 18. Picked from a deck of cards. Draw. 19. Jane who says, reader, I married him. 20. Installed a style. Eire. Where is, like, who's that? Torrential downpour, Delot. Bold ramen topping. Egg. Deluge. Yeah, it was tofu. Tunes. No. Oh, tempt, as somebody said, and this is hear me out. And this is egg. Makes much more sense now. Much more sense now. Deluge. 15. Spoke like Vito Corleone. No nie wiem kto. 13. Separation between generations. Gap. 6. Took southwest or delta. Lawn covering on a chilly morning. Robert De Niro for 15. How do you want to fit it in here? Rasped? What's Rasped? Degree program for some dissertation writers, PhD. Okay. 3. What's your egg? Eta. Six down frost. You want to get a role at an audition. 9. Unwelcome plant weed. 8. Word X is new. Rasped. It's a way of making noise. Never heard of it. Rasped. I can, yeah, okay, I can see that. Flu. Because those are airlines, so took Southwest or Delta, that's flu. 8. What else is new? Yeah. Goose. Loop. 7. What's 7? Roller coaster part loop. Ada Goose. Rise really high. Canada Goose. Spar. Whoops. DRS would stand the test. Seeth. Loaf. Loaf is better. One soar. Soar high. Bronze palette hue stuns. TV screen option LCD DRS. Co kurwa? Picked from a deck of cards. Drew. Stupid. Area. I don't know, like, what's area? It says that's the lake, but... Lake on an international border. Lake area. Detroit River. Okay. All right, prediction. Vintage top 8 question mark. Yes or no. You've got 2 minutes to predict. We are 4-2 in vintage. After the last round, we went 4-0, lost last 2. Will our tire breakers hold and let us into the top 8? Maybe. Predict with all your points. Top 8 of Modern Challenge is hype too. Yeah, but we're already out. If you don't make it, I'll try to avenge you in vintage. Okay. Let's wait for the 2 users in the 1-4 bracket holding down the tournament, huh? Cool. Fucking 1-4, like, I don't know, like, yeah. Not even 2-3. 0 mana versus D power 9. D power 9 already has a special entry on the list. Next level bullying. In like the, you know, the most premier Hall of Fame is reserved for Waffle because he's special. And I'm glad that he stopped playing lately in the challenges for the good of everyone involved. It's just, you know, net happiness in the world, so. But Bob the Dog, Timmy, Christopher, all well earned entries in the list. At least they have vintage names, yeah, I guess 0 mana like a Mox and the power 9 like the Moxen. Smart. Alright, we have one more thing to waste our time on. It's Enchant Wordle, which I hadn't done in a while because I got a few too many commander cards in it and it got boring. Sulfur Elemental. Is this list available somewhere? Yes, on my desktop. It's not backed up anywhere, so if I accidentally delete it, it's gone. Dark Confidant. Good guess. It is actually a 2-drop rare creature, non-human, non-wizard, non-elemental, non-black. Older. Lord of Atlantis. Nope. White or green? Wall of Roots, that's not a rare. Unless I am mistaken and it is a rare, but I don't believe that. Eladrami and Rofellos are legendary. Quirion Dryad is a good one. It's between 01 and 05. It is a green 2-drop monster rare. Let's name something from Onslaught or Mirrodin. Was there a green Atog maybe? Elvish Vanguard, is that the... Wow, how do you know this card? I guess I've seen it before. It was downshifted to a common. Bros, Rofellos is legendary. The creature we're looking for is not legendary. It also is from the set of Onslaught, but it is not an elf. Tarmogoyf maybe. No, Tarmogoyf is too new. Too new. It's from a set that is too new. Oh, vintage challenge. Let's see. Not even close. Only 1 for 2 person. The foreskin Balleron getting in, while we get 14th. Damn rough. We played against 0 mana round 1, who we also made fun of for playing in the 1-4 bracket. Clone 1-4. Musasabi. Free. Foreskin Balleron here. Trelovsky. Can't find them. Rank 3. DM Forks. Rank 3. Damn. Still, I would consider today's day of streaming to be a success. We top 8 at Legacy, top 8 at Modern, lost in the quarterfinals in both, but top 16 in Vintage. First attempt qualification in the Arena Open Cards of Tarkir Sealed. I'll come back tomorrow for more streaming. For sure I'll play the Modern Challenge at 1 PM. And I don't know, maybe Legacy too later. Just Reanimator again. If it fires, smiley face. If it fires, smiley face. And I guess day 2 of the Arena Championship fight there. Pioneer as well. We'll see. Pioneer is the closest tournament that like I have, but also kinda not vibing with any deck in it, so I haven't been playing it lately. Which probably means that I need to like start vibing with a deck to have a deck that I vibe with for the PT. But I don't know what with. Malia was pretty cool, yeah. Yesterday, when I was chilling in Misplaced Ginger's chat, one of the users pointed out that they had, for the RC, I think, for the US RC, their team had a Amalia decklist that eschewed company in favor of Knight Errant of Eos, and I found that pretty interesting. I think Knight Errant of Eos might fit that deck possibly better than company, but Not super convinced about that, but it does sound pretty cool. Yeah, Knight around the VS to find extra 2-drops. I think if your deck is mono 2-drops, it kinda, the Knight works better than Company. Hi Khan, I saw you in the modern top 8. What did you lose to? I lost to Grixis Wizards. Grixis Wizards. I got scammed. Grixis Wizards. I mean, it's like a Grixis Wizards is a control deck, and then you play Flame of Honor, and then like Wizards is probably not really that pronounced as a tapped theme, but it does sound pretty funny. Grixis Wizards, Orzhov Scam, Dredge, and well, Dredge onto the finals, I guess. Bro, I wish they gave me Sodek instead of Camelucci. Probably a better matchup. Even though it's already, you know, a great matchup and I'm not scared to play against Orzhov Scam, of course. Anyways, see you tomorrow and stay hydrated. I'll raid. I don't know. Camilucci is with the Z. Okay. Camiluzzi. Luzzi? See you tomorrow.